сразу, короче, вот это. Тут типа по-другому же не сделаешь, что не раздашь уши, они говорят, вот зачем уши раздавать, когда тут типа выставка.
Доброго ранку, шановні пані та панове, високоповажні гості у залі та онлайн. Вітаємо вас на щорічній національній виставці мікро, малих та середніх підприємств «Схід-Експо 2023».
Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen, the highly esteemed guests here in the hall and listening to us online. We're here to welcome you at the annual national exhibition of micro, small and mid-sized enterprises, East-Expo 2023.
І цього року «Схід-Експо» надає можливість підприємцям і підприємцям, які релокувалися із або базуються у постраждалих від війни областях України, представити свої компанії на бізнес-виставці і знайти нових клієнтів та ознайомити громадськість із різноманітними товарами власного виробництва.
And this year, East-Expo is giving an opportunity to the entrepreneurs that have been relocated or are based in war-stricken areas of Ukraine to introduce their companies at a business exhibition, to find new clients and to familiarize the public with versatile commodities that they have manufactured.
Переконаний, що Схід-Експо 2023 допоможе відновити перервані внаслідок повномасштабного вторгнення економічні зв'язки, а також сприятиме повоєнному відновленню, цифровізації та інтернаціоналізації комерційної діяльності бізнесу із постраждалих від війни областей України.
Hopefully this event would help renew the war-broken economic ties and also facilitate the in-war recovery, digitalization and the internationalization of commercial activities from the areas that have suffered in the war.
Схід-Експо 2023 організовує програма розвитку Організації Об'єднаних Націй в Україні в межах програми ООН із відновлення та розбудови миру за щедрої фінансової підтримки Європейського Союзу, Посольства Сполучених Штатів Америки в Україні та уряду Хорватії.
And this event, East-Expo 2023, was organized by the UN Development Program, UNDP, within the framework of Ukraine's program on recovery of Ukraine and development, with the generous financial support from the European Union, US Embassy to Ukraine and the Croatian government.
Подія реалізується у партнерстві з Міністерством економіки України, Міністерством цифрової трансформації, Донецькою, Запорізькою, Луганською та Херсонською обласними державними адміністраціями, Донецькою обласною торгово-промисловою палатою та Торгово-промисловою палатою України.
This event has been organized in partnership with the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine, Ministry of Digital Transformation, the Donetsk, Zaporizhia, Lugansk, and Kherson Oblast state administrations, the Donetsk Oblast Commercial and Industrial Chamber, Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Ukraine's Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
І перед тим, як ми перейдемо до вітальних слів, я хочу нагадати про правила безпеки. У разі оголошення повітряної тривоги ми попросимо вас негайно пройти в укриття. Будь ласка, ви зверніть увагу на вказівники та місце знаходження укриття на схемі події. Все це можете побачити. Під час повітряної тривоги виставка призупинить роботу і продовжиться одразу після відбою.
Just some basic health and safety rules. In case of a red alarm, please make sure you proceed to the shelter immediately and follow the indications and arrows on the walls and also the personnel's indication. During the air raid alarm, the exhibition's actions and work proceedings are suspended.
Пані та панове, я запрошую до вітального слова заступника постійного представника програми розвитку ООН в Україні, пана Христофороса Політіса.
Now the floor is given to Mr. Christoforos Politis, who is the Deputy Resident Representative of UNDP in Ukraine.
Доброго ранку. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Доброго ранку, дами, пане, панове, шановні.
Esteemed entrepreneurs, esteemed guests, distinguished presents, I would like to really focus today on the resilience of the businesses.
Шановні підприємці, шановні гості, я зараз хочу сфокусуватися на стійкості підприємства, стійкості підприємницької діяльності.
It's really a pleasure for UNDP, with all the partners that have been listed earlier, and particularly with the Ministry of Economy and the Ministry of Digital Transformation, to be organizing this 8th exposition also of relocated businesses and focusing so much on MSMEs.
Дуже приємно, дуже велика честь, що в партнерстві з вищеозначеними партнерами ПРООН організує цей 8-й захід, і це присвячено для розвитку мікро, малого, а також середнього бізнесу.
The private sector, and specifically MSMEs, are a building block of the recovery of Ukraine. And as the government focuses on the recovery in the coming phase, and today, we have the private sector as being prioritized, but as one of the key 5 priorities of the recovery of the country.
Приватний сектор грає дуже велику роль в відновленні України. Це дуже великий найвищий пріоритет, якому присвячується дуже багато уваги, як і сьогодні.
We at UNDP believe that MSMEs are a building block, of course, of recovery, but also of community development.
А ми віримо в ПРООН, що ССМІ – це кирпичик, який не тільки використовується в відновленні України, але і в розвитку громади.
They foster sustainable economic growth, address social challenges, and firstly and foremost promote inclusive and equitable societies.
Це сприяє економічному зростанню, це допомагає одолати економічні виклики, а також сприяє зростанню стабільного добробуту суспільства.
And today, in its iteration of the forum and of the expo, we have 80 businesses. Each and every one of them has scars of war. Walking in, I was discussing with a small strawberry business from Zaporizhia, discussing the difficulties in developing business plans, accessing finance, but also and most importantly, discussing the challenges and the human challenges that them as small entrepreneurs and their families are facing.
80 бізнесів представлені тут з України. І коли я заходив сюди на територію, я спілкувався з представниками бізнесу по вирощуванню полуниці, і ми обмінялися думками з приводу цієї нелегкої справи і стосовно того, як це може допомогти всьому суспільству.
UNDP has recently launched an assessment on micro and small and medium enterprises to assess the impact of war, particularly on those businesses which are located next to the front line, but also in occupied territories.
І ПРООН запустило програму оцінки стану бізнесу, особливо того, це стосується того бізнесу, який розташований в зонах, які знаходяться біля лінії біля лінії фронту.
And more than 1/3 of those businesses in 9 oblasts had to either scale down or shut down.
Більш ніж 1/3 цих бізнесів в цих областях мали либо сократити свою діяльність, либо бути знищеними.
There's no need for me to preach to the choir today, because today we are all here and we believe very much in the strength of private sector and MSMEs.
Я не буду проповідувати довше сьогодні. Сьогодні ми тут, тому що ми віримо в силу приватного сектору, в силу малого та середнього бізнесу.
And while I want to reiterate the support of UNDP and the whole UN system and the partners here present in support of private sector enhancement as a building block for the recovery, I want also to use this platform to send to the government, to the private sector, to the international community, 3 key messages and 3 focus areas of policies.
Хочу сказати, що ми будемо підтримувати бізнес. Хочу сказати, що я в основному також звертаюсь до нашого уряду. В нас є 3 ключових напрямку, щодо яких ми будемо звертати увагу.
Firstly and foremost, building structures of support for MSMEs, ecosystem that would allow them to integrate, but also and most importantly, to survive.
Перш за все, розбудова структури підтримки, структури екосистеми, яка буде супроводжувати роботу цих бізнесів і буде дозволяти їм виживати.
Reskilling and upskilling, and this is a traditional intervention, but this has to be very much focused on the needs of the moment.
Reskilling і upskilling – це масштабування, це традиційне поняття.
Another element is really access to finance and unlocking the financial opportunities and accessing small, medium, large grants for these businesses, not only to restart, but to expand and make sure that they are re-engaging in the economical cycle and in economic recovery.
А також розблокування фінансової підтримки, надання доступу до грантів і також переконання, що вони будуть приймати участь, будуть сприяти економічному розвитку.
And finally, access to markets. And here I'm not referring only to the domestic market, but also the regional and international ones. And this is only done through two interventions that are pertaining to standardization and certification. And these capacities today are still nascent in Ukraine, and we need to immediately focus on those.
Доступ до ринків не тільки українських, але й міжнародних, і це буде досягнуто за допомогою сертифікації, стандартизації.
So for UNDP, we will continue partnering with the Chamber of Industry and Chambers of Commerce, the Ministry of Economy, the Ministry of Digital Transformation, the Expert and Entrepreneurship Office as we deliver on these bold results and bold objectives.
І для того, щоб досягнути наших цілей, ПРООН буде підтримувати партнерство з Міністерством економіки, з Міністерством цифрової трансформації, а також ключовими фігурами адміністрації і держави, а також торговельно-промисловими палатами.
And finally, a word of appreciation to the partners, to our strong partners, the European Union, the US Embassy and the US government, but also the government of Croatia, who have been generously supporting this event, but also sharing with us the objectives and the aspirations of the private sector and of the MSME ecosystem in Ukraine.
І також мої слова подяки до наших партнерів. Це США, це перш за все уряд Хорватії, і це Європейський Союз, які нам дуже допомагають.
Дуже дякую. Thank you.
Дякуємо. Запрошую до виступу заступника голови представництва Європейського Союзу в Україні пана Ремі Дюфло.
Thank you very much. Доброго ранку всім. It's a great honor for me to be here with you today. East-Expo is very important to the European Union here.
Велика честь бути з вами на заході, який має назву East-Expo, Схід-Експо.
In the European Union, we understand the value and the significance of micro, small and medium enterprises.
А в Європейському Союзі ми розуміємо цінність і значимість мікро, малого, а також середнього бізнесу.
In the European Union, they represent 99% of all companies.
В Європейському Союзі ми представляємо 99% всіх компаній.
And micro companies, less than 10 employees, represent 93% of all companies.
Мікрокомпанії представляють 93%.
Altogether, they employ 100 million people.
Це щодо Європейського Союзу, і вони наймають 100 мільйонів людей разом.
It's 2/3 of all employment in the European Union.
Що представляє собою 2/3 зайнятості в Європейському Союзі.
And altogether, they create a value to the amount of 4 trillion euros.
І вони всі разом створюють цінність в сумі $4 трильйона. 4 трильйона доларів.
Евро.
Євро, sorry.
Well, we try to count in euro in the European Union. And
Ми продовжуємо існувати в Європейському Союзі. Sorry.
This represents more than half of the value added created by the economy in our countries.
І це представляє собою приблизно половину цінності, які створюють економіки наших країн.
This is just to say how important it is to have a platform like this
Хочу сказати, що це дуже важливо мати таку платформу тут.
For small and medium enterprises to strengthen their links between themselves, but also to open links, create links with businesses from outside.
Для малих і середніх підприємств, для того, щоб вони створювали зв'язки між собою, а також зв'язки з підприємствами, які знаходяться зовні.
It's also to say that we expect micro, small and medium enterprises to play a crucial role in the economic recovery of Ukraine after this tragic war.
І ми також очікуємо, що мікро, малі та середні підприємства будуть грати ключову роль в відновленні України після цієї трагічної війни.
And you know, I was here 2 years ago.
Я тут був 2 роки тому.
And this year I see there are more companies in the stands here
І
than there
зараз,
was 2 years ago.
зараз я бачу, що тут присутні більш компаній в порівнянні з тим часом.
This is good sign, and it's a sign of resilience.
Це дуже гарна ознака, це ознака стійкості.
This East-Expo event is also a way of telling you that you are not alone in this war, that the European Union, our member states, Croatia in particular, the United Nations system, the United States, who are all behind you and who are working with you to ensure your future.
Ми також хочемо сказати, що на цьому заході, що ви не одні, і ви не самі, і США, і Євросоюз, і особливо Хорватія працюють дуже важко для того, щоб допомогти вам, щоб ви не відчували себе самотніми.
In our cooperation, EU-Ukraine cooperation, increasing the competitiveness of small enterprises and medium enterprises is important.
І дуже важливо, щоб конкурентна спроможність підвищувалася шляхом цього співробітництва, нашого співробітництва.
It's a priority, and we will carry on supporting Ukrainian companies, including those relocated from war zones.
І це пріоритет. Ми будемо далі надавати підтримку українським компаніям, особливо тим, які були релоцировані, які переїхали.
More generally, our support to companies, small and medium companies, is channeled through EU for Business initiative.
І більш загально ця підтримка іде по каналу EU Business Initiative, тобто бізнес-ініціатива ЄС підприємцям тут.
Exactly. And this initiative provides access to finance, business, development services,
Що надає доступ до фінансування, до також послуг, які пов'язані з розвитком бізнесу.
and we work together with the local and national authorities to improve the business environment as well.
І ми також працюємо з нашою владою для того, щоб покращити бізнес-обстановку, бізнес-ситуацію.
Now with Ukraine being a candidate country to the European Union,
А зараз Україна є країною-кандидатом до вступу в ЄС.
something I really wish to warmly congratulate you with.
І я хочу з тим вас вітати, дуже-дуже вітати.
It's not easy to become a candidate to the European Union.
Це нелегко
There is more
стати
available.
кандидатом.
There is more available now for Ukraine companies. There is more available now for Ukraine companies.
Це зараз більш доступним стало для українських компаній.
Because Ukraine has now access to EU programs. For instance, Horizon 2020 Plus, which is a research support program to encourage innovation.
А тому що зараз Україна має доступ к більшій кількості програм розвитку, наприклад, Горизонт 2023.
And they are single market programs as well that give a lot of opportunities for small and medium companies.
А також є програми для розвитку ринку, які надають дуже багато можливостей малому та середньому бізнесу.
When we started with the United Nations Development Program, this project,
Коли ми почали цей проєкт з програми розвитку ООН,
the recovery program, I mean,
програму відновлення, я маю на увазі,
we had 4 regions to deal with.
в нас спочатку було лише 4 регіони.
Now we have more regions to deal with. Unfortunately, we are dealing with all the war-affected regions.
Sorry, say that again. They will...
Now we have more than 4.
Зараз є більша кількість регіонів.
But as we see, there are more companies coming. It's a sign that Ukraine is unbreakable, and we will continue to support you until victory.
І приходять, як ми бачимо, більше і більше компаній. Це ознака того, що Україна незламна, і ми будемо продовжувати боротися.
So I wish you a very, very productive exhibition, and that your time here will bring contacts and will bring development to your countries.
Тобто бажаю вам дуже продуктивного часу на цій виставці, і щоб цей час вам дозволив обмінятися контактами і далі більш краще вести ваш бізнес.
Thank you very much.
Дякуємо. Запрошуємо до виступу надзвичайного і повноважного посла Хорватії в Україні пані Аніцу Джамич.
Anissa Janic is invited to the floor. Ambassador Partnership, Croatia Republic.
Good morning. I would like to greet all of you on behalf of the partner country, Croatia.
Вітаю всіх вас і хочу привітати вас від імені країни-партнера Хорватії.
Why Croatia?
І чому Хорватія?
30 years ago, there was a war in Croatia and it lasted for 4 years.
30 років тому війна була в Хорватії і вона тривала 4 роки.
Only in 1998, we became a country within our internationally recognized borders.
І тільки в 98-му році наша країна залишилася в кордонах, які визнані міжнародно.
Since then, we started our European Union path.
І з того часу ми стали на шлях до вступу до Європейського Союзу.
And we joined European Union 10 years ago.
Європейський Союз ми стали членами 10 років тому.
We joined Euro community, if I may say so, and Schengen area this year.
Шенгенською зоною ми стали членом цього року.
And Croatia is a success story.
І історія Хорватії – це історія успіху.
It is a good example for you Ukrainians as well.
І це гарний приклад також для вас, для України, українців.
East-Expo is a testament of the growing partnership between not only our nation, but between many nations, and a symbol of the shared commitment to fostering economic growth and entrepreneurship.
Проведення цього Еспо – це свідчення того, що зростає партнерство. І ми також бачимо свідчення сталого економічного розвитку.
Through the implementation of the project led by the UNDP, we aim to share the best practices and experiences.
Через проект, який підтримується проектом розвитку Організації Об'єднаних Націй, ми допомагаємо обмінятися досвідом і знаннями.
And the final aim is to strengthen the stability and resilience of Ukrainian entrepreneurial capacities.
І також мета стоїть підвищити спроможність підприємництва в Україні.
Furthermore, by leveraging the expertise gained from our own journey towards European Union integration, we hope to assist Ukrainian entrepreneurs in their own path to success.
І більш того, ми хотіли б також поділитися своїм досвідом, який ми здобули на шляху до Європейського Союзу. Сподіваємося, що цей досвід буде корисним для українських підприємців.
East-Expo offers an invaluable opportunity for networking, knowledge exchange, and the exploration of potential collaborations.
Завдяки цьому експо створюється можливість обміняти знаннями, досвідом і розширити співпрацю.
And it is through projects like these that we can forge stronger ties between our business communities, promoting economic growth and prosperity.
І завдяки таким подіям ми можемо зміцнити зв'язки між бізнесами.
This initiative presents new market opportunities for both Croatian and Ukrainian businesses, but not only.
Ця можливість відкриває шляхи для зміцнення зв'язків між бізнесом Хорватії і Україною і не тільки цьому.
Supporting strongly the internationalization and revitalization of the Ukrainian economy.
Мова йде про підтримку різних організацій, які працюють над відбудовою української економіки.
By participating in events such as East-Expo, we send a powerful message of solidarity.
Завдяки участі в East-Expo ми надсилаємо міцний сигнал зовні.
Demonstrating that we stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine in its pursuit of peace, progress and prosperity.
І ми демонструємо, що ми стоїмо з Україною пліч-опліч на шляху до розбудови миру і процвітаючої держави.
Thank you for your attention.
Дуже дякую.
Дякуємо. Запрошую до виступу виконувача обов'язків координатора із програм американської допомоги Посольства Сполучених Штатів Америки в Україні пана Ювана Макдугала.
Good morning. Доброго ранку. When I look around this expo, I'm filled with inspiration and optimism, and awed by Ukraine's incredible resilience.
І коли я дивлюсь на цю виставку, на це експо, мене сповнюють натхнення та оптимізм щодо міцного українського суспільства.
Russia's unjustified and unprovoked war against Ukraine has attempted to harm Ukraine's economy and indeed the global economy.
Невиправдана війна Росії проти України завдала жахливе руйнування українській економіці і також глобальній економіці.
Yet every time Russia lashes out wildly at Ukraine, Ukraine emerges stronger.
І кожного разу, коли Росія намагається завдати ударів по всій Україні, Україна стає сильнішою.
When we look around this expo, we see ever more evidence of the raw ingredients Ukraine needs to resist, to survive, and to thrive.
І коли навіть дивимося на це експо, ми бачимо, що більше свідчень того, що Україна стає сильнішою і вона не просто виживає, вона зміцнює себе.
We see innovation, ingenuity, and the initiative of Ukraine's small and medium-sized business owner.
І ми бачимо як інновації, так і цілісність зростання малого середнього бізнесу.
We see the entrepreneur willing to face adversity, defy the odds, and pursue an idea, a dream, creating value, goods, jobs, growth in the process.
І ми бачимо, як у підприємців є бажання подати різноманітні ідеї, і вони мають свої думки щодо підготовки будь-яких товарів, послуг, зростання і створення робочих місць.
I've lived and worked in other countries that have suffered invasions or even hostile takeover. And what is happening here is special. It's not the norm. Ukrainians aren't waiting for help. They're going out, they're being proactive and making a difference of their own volition, their own initiative.
Мені довелося жити, працювати в інших країнах. Я бачив приклади, коли намагалися завоювати ці країни. Але тут ситуація якась особлива. І ми це все розуміємо. Україні потрібна допомога.
And yes, of course, the government has to set the right conditions. And indeed, we're all working with civil society and government leadership to enact the necessary reforms that will unleash maximum growth and improve the business climate.
Так, і безперечно уряду потрібно створити певні умови. І ми всі працюємо разом з громадянським суспільством, з урядом, який є лідером для здійснення необхідних реформ для того, щоб забезпечити максимальне зростання і створення відповідно покращеного бізнес-клімату.
And the international community, of course, has an important role to play supporting Ukraine as well.
Важливу роль відіграє міжнародна громада для підтримки України.
But the backbone of a strong economy is the small and medium-sized business owner.
Але в основі лежить міцна економіка, де скелетом є малий і середній бізнес, його власники.
It's comprised of a vibrant, dynamic population, empowered, energetic, undeterred individuals creating economic activity.
І це складається з динамічного населення, яке наділено владою, яке є енергічним, і де є цікаві особистості, які створюють економічну діяльність.
We've seen this throughout the war.
І ми це бачимо під час війни.
Despite major challenges, Ukrainians have demonstrated tremendous resilience.
І незважаючи на шалені виклики, українці демонструють міцний супротив.
The Ukrainian economy recovered from the first shock of the full-scale war, adjusted to new circumstances, and sustained its economic potential.
Українська економіка пережила перший шок повномасштабної війни, прилаштувалася до нових обставин і реалізує свій економічний потенціал.
Some enterprises had to relocate to safer areas, while others reorganized their businesses and adapted to the war's realities.
Деяким підприємствам довелося переїхати в більш захищені місця і по-новому організувати свій бізнес, а також адаптуватися до реалій війни.
The role of small and medium-sized enterprises in economic revival can't be overstated.
Але роль малих і середніх підприємств в економічному відновленні нельзя недооцінити.
It is therefore a great pleasure to be opening the East-Expo 2023, a unique platform for war-affected businesses to promote their products and services and to find new partners and business opportunities in Ukraine and beyond in the European Union.
І чому мені дуже приємно бути тут на відкритті East-Expo 23. Це унікальна платформа для бізнесу, який постраждав від війни і який має можливість пропонувати свої продукти та сервіси, послуги новим партнерам та зрозуміти, що відкриваються бізнес-можливості як в Україні, так і в Європейському Союзі.
We are honored to be contributing to the United Nations Recovery and Peacebuilding Program, which is supporting Ukraine's entrepreneurs with the tools they need to grow their businesses in Ukraine and abroad by accessing new trade links with European markets.
Для нас велика честь робити свій внесок в програму відновлення і розбудови Організації Об'єднаних Націй, яка спрямована на підтримку українського підприємництва, де є певний інструментарій для підтримки бізнесу в Україні, для доступу і створення нових торгівельних можливостей, включаючи європейські ринки.
We are grateful to partner with the government of Croatia and the United Nations Development Program in supporting this important initiative.
Нам дуже приємно бути в партнерстві з урядом Хорватії та програмою розвитку Організації Об'єднаних Націй для підтримки важливих ініціатив.
In particular, I'd like to thank the government of Croatia for co-funding this project and for your commitment to supporting Ukraine's economic recovery.
І особлива подяка уряду Хорватії, які запровадили фінансування для цього проєкту.
And I'd like to congratulate the UNDP for organizing such a successful event for 8 years consecutively.
І я хотів би також відзначити, що програма розвитку Організації Об'єднаних Націй організує цю успішну подію вже в 8 років поспіль.
The United States has played a role as well. We also provide assistance, more than $60 billion to Ukraine since the onset of Russia's unprovoked invasion.
Сполучені Штати Америки також надають допомогу з початку війни. $60 мільярдів було представлено початку вторгнення.
Our assistance falls in different buckets. We have military assistance, which is helping Ukraine courageously defend its sovereignty, and at the same time we have economic and development assistance, helping Ukraine sustain a just, prosperous, and secure future for its people.
Наша допомога йде в різних напрямках. Мова йде про військову допомогу, яка допомагає Україні боротися з цією навалою і захищати територіальну цілісність. А також ми допомагаємо в економічній площині з розвитком української економіки і підтримкою.
Economic assistance is one of our top priorities, and as President Biden has repeatedly said, we will support Ukraine for as long as it takes.
І економічна підтримка є дуже важливою. Президент Байден декілька разів наголошував, ми будемо залишатися Україною так довго, як це потрібно.
The event we are highlighting here today is part of that assistance.
І подія, яку ми сьогодні відвідуємо, це один з ключових моментів, з прикладів нашої допомоги.
East-Expo 2023 is implemented under the umbrella of the United States State Department Development Cooperation Partnership Program.
East-Expo 23 – це частина допомоги, яка реалізується під парасолею Департаменту Держдепу США. Там є програма щодо партнерської співпраці.
And finally, after a long list of thank yous and various organizations that we wanted to acknowledge, most importantly, to all of the entrepreneurs who are participating here today, thank you for your dedication and your perseverance. Your work is a service to your nation, and you are contributing to our Euro-Atlantic shared pursuit of a Europe that is whole, free, and at peace, at the same time prosperous.
Я хотів би подякувати всім підприємцям, які приймають участь сьогодні в East-Expo. Завдяки вашій наполегливості, вашій відданості, робота над відбудовою країною стає вагомішою. Ваші послуги, які ви надаєте нації, і потім, коли це можуть всі побачити все в Європі, стає все більше кращим розуміння, що все спрямовано на розбудову вільного миру.
I urge you to take full advantage of the opportunities presented here today. Thank you very much. Slava Ukraini!
Я закликаю всіх вас скористатися можливостями, які відкриваються для вас сьогодні. Слава Україні!
Героям слава! Запрошую до виступу заступника міністра економіки України із питань цифрового розвитку, цифрових трансформацій і цифровізації Олексія Соболєва.
Доброго ранку всім. Хоча він, звісно, не такий добрий, як кожного дня, от останній більше ніж рік. Я тут представляю Міністерство економіки і міністра економіки Юлію Свириденко. І я спробую коротко розказати, чому нам це важливо, Міністерство економіки.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ви чи можете повторити?
Ні. По-перше, хочу наголосити, що Міністерство економіки дуже вдячне всім підприємцям, які є сьогодні тут, і які далі працюють і не знаходяться тут. Наша країна встояла завдяки вам.
First of all, the Ministry of Economy is very grateful to the entrepreneurs that are here and that are intent on doing further business here, and we're very grateful.
По-друге, хочу подякувати партнерам ЄС, США, Хорватії, програмі розвитку ООН, які допомагають організовувати цю виставку, Міністерству цифрової трансформації і торгово-промисловій палаті за сьогоднішній івент.
And secondly, my appreciation goes to the US, the EU, especially Croatia, and the UNDP program that are organizing this event and that are facilitating further development of Ukrainian business.
Єдність – це і є джерело сили, яка дозволяє Україні встояти.
Because unity is a source of power that allows Ukraine to stand.
Міністерство економіки розглядає малий середній бізнес як основу економіки України і якраз те, що надає ці стійкості, яка вже всесвітньо відома нам і дозволяє чинити опір Росії.
Because the Ministry of Ukraine looks at small and mid-sized business as the base of the foundation of the development of Ukraine and also as the source of that resilience that really allows us to struggle on.
І так само малий середній бізнес, його розвиток та підтримка будуть в фокусі після нашої перемоги, будуть основою економіки, і багато політик міністерства будуть прямо спрямовані для того, щоб допомогти вам.
And after the war, the small and mid-sized business are expected to be also in the focus of our development, of further development of Ukraine, and the ministries and other governmental structures will make further efforts to help you.
Вже багато було сказано, тому я буду коротко. Що Міністерство економіки зробило для вас? По-перше, ми запустили програму релокації, і я бачив тут бізнеси, які їй скористалися і приїхали в більш спокійні місця. І це значить, що програма працює. Загалом програмою скористалися більше 800 бізнесів.
So briefly, what have the ministry did for you? We launched the transfer program. So thanks to this application, thanks to this program, business was able to find new opportunities and new locations, and a big number of businesses did use that.
Також міністерство запустило програми «Є робота» і грантові програми, і гранти на переробку, якими вже скористалися тисячі бізнесів, і ми їх будемо розширювати, і працюємо активно з партнерами, щоб більше компаній могли до них долучитися. Так що допомога йде.
So we're working with the partners to expand the opportunities for the business, and more businesses are using these opportunities.
Чи справедливо все, що відбувається навкруги? Ні. Чи справедливо, що Росія на нас напала? Теж ні. Чи робимо ми всі достатньо? І я маю на увазі і себе, і міністерства, і наших партнерів сьогодні? Очевидно, ні. Але чи можна здатися і нічого не робити? Теж ні. Тому єдиний шанс і єдине, що нам лишається, це боротися і допомагати один одному для того, щоб встояти і перемогти.
Whether it's fear that we suffer from this full-scale invasion, no. Whether it's fear to say that we deserve that, no. Whether it's fear to say that I myself personally and the ministry does everything possible to help the people, still no. But we should not stop. We should not sit and relax. We should fight and move our victory closer.
Ми знаємо, що вам болить, ми знаємо, що вам не вистачає фінансів, ми знаємо, що у вас не вистачає клієнтів, не вистачає доступу до ресурсів, до сировини, до матеріалів. І ми працюємо над цим, щоб ці перешкоди змінити. Окремо, Міністерство економіки цього року буде змінювати програму 5.7.9 для того, щоб вона більше працювала на бізнеси з деокупованих територій, на деокупованих територіях, щоб у вас з'явився додатковий фінансовий ресурс на розвиток.
We know where the pain is, we know the challenges, we know your needs, and the ministry is looking into that issue. In particular, the adjustments to the program 579, so it would be more available to the deoccupied territories. So just some specific examples of the needs we are considering.
Так само ми будемо розширювати програму грантів на переробку для того, щоб прибрати ці логістичні перешкоди. Якщо ви не можете експортувати в тоннах стільки, скільки могли до початку вторгнення, то переробка дозволить вам експортувати стільки ж в гривнях. І тому ця програма також буде розширятися, і особливо спрямована на бізнеси на деокупованих територіях.
Also, we're considering adjustments to other programs to reach the capacity of the export, which you were doing before the war. So if you are not able to reach the capacity one way, you will reach the capacity other way, especially to create the platform that you'll be able to go back to the opportunities, back to your capacities after the liberation and the occupation.
І наостанок, разом з нашими партнерами ми працюємо над програмами, які розширюють навчання для малих середніх бізнесів, для того, щоб більше з них могли працювати ефективніше, залучати банківське фінансування, розширюватися, створювати нові робочі місця. І я дуже вдячний вам всім, що ви працюєте, і віримо в перемогу, переможемо, слава Україні!
We're also working with our partners to provide some training opportunities. This is one of the areas we're considering as well, and engaging the banks to open the funding facilities. So these are just the examples, and wish you all the best in your activities.
Слава Україні!
Glory to Ukraine.
Запрошую до виступу голову Донецької обласної державної адміністрації пана Павла Кириленка.
Вітаю всіх присутніх, учасників. Доволі приємно, я не можу прям сказати настільки радісно, дійсно в ці часи, які відбуваються, але приємно відчувати, що наш релокований малий середній бізнес ми можемо бачити зараз на теренах України. Але наша найбільша задача, найголовніша, я б сказав, від влади, від держави безпосередньо і від, якщо брати органи виконавчої влади, від обласної адміністрації на рівні регіону і формування подальшої політики в поствоєнний період, є саме надання тієї можливості, щоб ви, наші шановні представники бізнесу, малого, середнього, релокованого великого бізнесу, релокованого спеціального виду таких підприємств, які навряд чи існують по іншим регіонам. Я точно можу сказати, що є особливості промисловості Донеччини, які, скажімо, можна відтворити і відновити тільки в подальшому на території самої Донеччини. До чого я веду? Що зараз...
I would like to welcome you all and admit that it's a great pleasure to be here with you. It's a great pleasure to see our small and medium business which has been relocated, which found new opportunities to go ahead. And the authorities, the Donetsk authorities, are really pleased that our business is able to implement its potential, high potential.
Тож зараз задача, яку ставить перед собою бізнес, це в буквальному сенсі вижити в таких умовах і підтримувати загальнодержавну економіку, не говорячи про формування внутрішнього регіонального продукту в тій чи іншій області, регіоні.
The business is facing the task to not only to survive, but to support the economy of the country. And providing this economic support, we are bringing the victory closer.
Наша ж задача держави, і, як я вже зазначив, регіональної влади, це не просто відтворити економічний і створити стратегію економічного розвитку в поствоєнний період, а в буквальному сенсі створити всі умови для того, щоб нашому бізнесу було куди повертатись на відновлену Донеччину і допомагати її відбудовувати.
National authorities and local authorities considering their task to create the conditions for our business be able to come back to our own territory, to their own territories, and to do everything possible that the business would be able to grow once relocated.
Звичайно, реалізація цих планів, вона і фактично, теоретично, фактично і практично навіть в подальшому неможливо без наших партнерів. Я можу висловити і зараз за ту підтримку, яку нам надає і наші партнери постійні з країн Європейського Союзу. Нам надають Сполучені Штати Америки, постійне представництво ООН, програми розвитку ООН, які ефективно навіть в умовах повномасштабного вторгнення функціонують в Україні.
I would like to acknowledge the contribution of our partners without whom these activities would not be possible. The European Union countries, the United States of America, and the United Nations Development Program who provide great support, and regardless of the difficult situation, they continue to operate here in Kyiv and in Ukraine.
Ті виклики, з якими нам доведеться і в подальшому стикатись і впевнений долати, і ми зможемо їх подолати, це взагалі переформатування підходу функціонування бізнесу на території відновленої Донеччини і зміну фокусу в бізнесі. І ми до цього теж готові.
And we are ready to consider, once the business goes back to the deoccupied territory, change the focus of support, change the focus of attention, and the nature of the relationship between the authorities and the business.
Для цього фахівцями Донецької обласної державної адміністрації, обласної військової адміністрації зараз вже продовжується кропітка робота над створенням і, як я вже зазначив, практичною реалізацією стратегії економічного розвитку регіону в поствоєнний період.
For that purpose, the personnel from the regional state and military administration is developing this strategy for the recovery of the region.
І я також можу констатувати, що реалізація вказаної стратегії неможливо в перші декілька років, це точно, без допомоги наших міжнародних партнерів, і яким всі пропозиції і максимальну прозорість таких дій ми, звичайно, надамо після погодження документу, який в стадії розробки.
And the perception is that the recovery will take a couple of years, and for the initial period, it won't be possible for ourselves without the support from our international partners. But we will guarantee the transparency and openness from our side in developing the strategy and the implementation of the strategy.
Тому сьогодні, в сьогоднішній день і в продовження заходу, який буде продовжуватись, наскільки мені відомо, завтрашній день, я бажаю всім учасникам розуміння того, що проблеми, які є, вони не просто обговорюються, вони будуть вирішуватись. Я бажаю плідних обговорень вам між собою, подальшої взаємодії і відновлення і розвитку.
So I wish everyone who is here today, who will be here tomorrow, have interesting, fruitful discussions with the understanding, yes, we are facing certain challenges, certain problems, but they can be solved through mutual cooperation, discussions, and understanding of their approaches.
Навіть стратегічного планування подальших дій вже на теренах нашої звільненої, суверенної держави Україна і, зокрема, в Донецькому регіоні.
And the implementation of the strategic plan on the deoccupied Donetsk region.
А держава надасть цьому максимальне сприяння, і наша задача створити умови для не просто для переформатування бізнесу, а створити нові умови, які б надали поступове збільшення внутрішнього регіонального продукту і, як наслідок, підвищення ВВП всієї держави
I
України.
would like to assure you that the authorities, national and local authorities, will do everything possible to support the business, will change the format of cooperation with the business to be able to create the revenues to the regional budget and the national level.
Дякую ще раз нашим партнерам і до подальшої плідної співпраці і реалізації того, що буде покладено на папір і на документи. Дякую.
I would like to thank once again to our partners and looking forward for interesting discussion and continuation of our cooperation. So whatever is put on paper today would be implemented into real life tomorrow.
Слава Україні!
Glory to Ukraine.
Героям слава! Запрошую до виступу голову Луганської обласної державної адміністрації пана Артема Лисогора.
Now the floor is given to Mr. Artyom Lysogor, who is the head of the Lugansk Oblast State Administration.
Доброго дня, шановні учасники. Дійсно, Схід-Експо – це унікальна платформа налагодження взаємозв'язку між бізнесом, міжнародними партнерами і представництвом держави. Це дійсно та платформа, на якій можливо виявити усі наявні інновації і заключити нові ділові партнерські стосунки.
Dear guests, I would like to welcome you all here and admit that it's a great pleasure to be with you today.
Я дуже пишаюсь тим, що на цій платформі представлено 11 наших луганських релокованих підприємств. Це дійсно ті підприємства, які, як на мою думку, вони вже перемогли ворога, тому що змогли зберегти частково, незважаючи на релокацію, свій особовий склад, свій потенціал, довіру своїх партнерів і вже налагоджують відносини із міжнародними партнерами.
It's a great pleasure to admit that we have 11 enterprises here presented, that they already got certain victory. They managed to relocate the staff, they managed to relocate their business, managed not only survive, but to develop as well.
Ми в Луганській ОВА чітко усвідомлюємо те, що ми зіткнемось з надважкими умовами, тому що окуповано 95% території, і після звільнення ми чітко розуміємо і зараз вже відстежуємо ситуацію на окупованій території і маємо чітке розуміння, що нам буде потрібно робити. Ми чітко розуміємо, що більшість наших підприємств, в тому числі і аграрних, і промислових, ворогом знищені. І лише дякуючи співробітництву з нашими партнерами і з нашими приватними підприємцями, як малим, так і середнім бізнесом, так і крупними підприємцями, які на теперішній час релоковані, ми зможемо відновити всі ці потужності. Але для того, щоб їх відновлювати, спочатку треба буде провести і розмінування, і планування, і внести деякі зміни до нашого законодавства для надання допомоги нашим якраз аграріям і нашим промисловцям.
We're monitoring the developments in the region, which is 95% occupied. We realize that business would be suffering and facing lots of challenges once the territory is occupied. And it's not just the occupation, it would be relocation back to the territory.
Я переконаний, що Луганська область зі своїми якраз аграрним потенціалом і промисловим потенціалом буде якраз такою платформою розвитку для міжнародного співробітництва, тому що дуже багато вже на теперішній час підприємств малого середнього бізнесу та інших комерційних структур звертаються з пропозиціями, як відновлювати так і індустріальні парки, так і зернові хаби, і все це робити в новому дусі, в новому європейському циклі.
Lugansk region has a huge agricultural potential, but in addition to that, there might be other sectors, other interesting places like industrial hubs.
Від себе особисто і від військової адміністрації хочу дійсно побажати всім учасникам даного заходу конструктивної роботи, нового досвіду, отримання нових контактів, нових контрактів і подальшого співробітництва. Все буде Україна, разом до перемоги. Слава Україні!
And on behalf of the state administration, I would like to wish you all the best.
Запрошую до виступу президента Торгово-промислової палати України пана Геннадія Чижикова.
Шановні учасники, шановні друзі, я хотів би перш за все привітати українських бізнесменів 4 регіонів, територія яких тимчасово окупована, які знайшли сили і показують силу духу українського бізнесу.
Dear guests, I would like to welcome you all here, and especially the businesses which represent the occupied territory, who were brave enough, who found the courage to come here and demonstrate all of us how strong they are.
Я хотів би також подякувати всім нашим партнерам. Всі і прапори, і знаки, і логотипи ми бачимо на цій прекрасній сцені, що роботу, яку вони почали разом з нами багато років тому, а сьогодні ми проводимо вже 8-й раз цей захід, показує свою велику ефективність.
Also, I would like to thank our partners whose flags, whose logos you see on that great stage. And this is the demonstration of very good cooperation which we started 8 years ago.
Я хотів би від імені Торгово-промислової палати України подякувати нашим партнерам, бізнесу і сказати дуже просту річ. У нас є один фронт – це перемогти ворога, але у нас є і важливий фронт, який ми бачимо тут, це економічний фронт, щоб допомогти нашим Збройним силам перемогти нашого ворога якомога швидше.
On behalf of the Trade and Commerce Chamber, I would like to make a statement that we have one front. We need to beat the enemy. But there is another front, the economic front. We need to be strong for economical perspective.
Від імені Торгово-промислової палати України і бізнесу я хотів би сказати, що ми всі зараз, як підприємці, так і асоціації, працюємо над тим, щоб зробити в нашій країні, навіть в умовах війни, умови для розвитку бізнесу одними із найкращих в Європі і в світі.
And we've the association of this, from the Trade and Commerce Chamber, considering how we can create the environment for the businesses that it would be the best business environment in Europe.
Для нас дуже важливо, ми знаємо, що умови змінилися. З минулого року Україна стала кандидатом в Європейський Союз, а це значить, що для кожного із підприємців України це нові виклики. І ми разом з вами повинні ці виклики навчитися працювати в умовах єдиного європейського ринку.
So the situation changed since last year. Ukraine got a candidate status to the European Union, and that means that we are learning, we're adjusting to new environment.
І я вірю в український бізнес і в тих підприємців, які тут і за межами цього приміщення. Ми дуже швидко, дуже швидко адаптуємось до нових умов.
And I believe in Ukrainian business. I believe in businessmen who are here in this territory of these premises today, not those who are outside, so definitely will be able to win.
Я також хотів звернути увагу всіх підприємців, що для нас зараз треба показувати приклади стійкості, але думати і про майбутнє. Про майбутнє, яке зв'язане з новими ринками Європи, Латинської Америки, Африки і так далі. Більше звертати увагу на експорт своєї продукції, робити вашу продукцію більш конкурентоздатною не тільки в нашій країні, а й за кордоном.
So we as businessmen should consider the long-distance future. We should think how we enter European markets, how we enter Latin American or African market, and think of the export of our goods and services.
Закінчуючи, я хотів би сказати, що сьогоднішня подія в наш непростий, іноді не дуже радісний час є радісною подією, тому що нічого так не може надихати, не бути таким позитивним, як коли ти бачиш бізнес з відкритими обличчями, з бажаючим працювати надалі, працювати на майбутнє нашої країни.
The situation is difficult today. The situation really serious, but the sign of joy, the smiles we are facing, this is something which can really scare to death our enemy.
Я хотів би ще раз подякувати нашим партнерам, які показують системну і роботу по підтримці українського бізнесу. А саме головне, я хотів би подякувати українському бізнесу і всім тут учасникам за вашу стійкість і за вашу позитивність і бажання рухатися вперед.
Once again, I would like to thank our partners for the support, but my deepest appreciation goes to the business who is here for your resilience, for your readiness to go ahead and develop.
Тільки вперед, разом ми переможемо. Слава Україні!
Only forward, and together we'll win this battle. Glory to Ukraine.
Героям слава! Запрошую до виступу заступницю директора Офісу з розвитку підприємництва та експорту пані Олександру Степаненко.
Олександр Степаненко, Deputy Director, Entrepreneurship and Promotion Office.
Вітаю всіх. Хочу подякувати нашим партнерам з ПРООН щодо запрошення в участі в ініціативі East-Expo. Також хочу подякувати нашим підприємцям та підприємствам, які беруть сьогодні участь в East-Expo 2023, а також продовжують працювати та налагоджувати саме економічну стабільність в нашій країні.
I would like to thank all our partners and those who are interested to ensure the economic stability of our country.
Також хотіла зазначити, що національний проєкт з розвитку підприємництва та експорту «Дія бізнес», який спільно реалізується Міністерством цифрової трансформації та Офісом з розвитку підприємництва та експорту, вже третє долучається як інформаційний партнер до ініціативи East-Expo.
The office is for the third time joining the partners to conduct East-Expo.
В межах проєкту «Дія бізнес» вже доступні підприємцям безоплатні консультації для підприємців в онлайн і в офлайн форматі, безкоштовні сервіси та тули для підприємців для розвитку та масштабування власної справи та виходу на експорт. Крім того, є доступні фінансові програми на національному, регіональному та міжнародному рівні для залучення зовнішнього фінансування для розвитку власної справи.
Different opportunities are available through online platform of our program, including training opportunities, including the search for the contacts on the national and international level.
Спільно з партнерами ми проводимо щомісячні дослідження стану та потреб бізнесу, в тому числі за підтримки і у співпраці з ПРООН ми нещодавно проводили таке дослідження щодо стану і потреб.
And we're conducting these studies on different areas. This is what we do with our partners to do the needs assessment. And one of the recent studies was done with UNDP.
У контексті цього ми якраз і вбачаємо, що участь у виставках, як і на національному рівні, так і на міжнародному рівні, є дієвним та ефективним інструментом для популяризації власної продукції, промоції свого бізнесу та підприємства, а також залучення нових партнерств та розвитку B2B співпраці.
Participation in expo like this helps businesses, either domestically or international, to promote themselves and to find new partners.
І у контексті цього якраз бажаю всім учасникам сьогоднішньої виставки протягом цих 2 днів налагодити якісні продуктивні партнерства, знайти нових партнерів або потенційних клієнтів для своїх товарів, а також запромотувати своє підприємство та власну справу як на нашому національному рівні, так і для потенційного виходу за кордон. Дякую.
I wish all the participants during those 2 days either to find new partners, new customers, consider development of your business either in the country or outside. Thank you.
Дякуємо. Ми відкрили East-Expo 2023. Дякую всім доповідачам. Пропонуємо вам, власне, уже перейти до огляду самої виставки. Не творкайтесь і бажаємо вам плідної, натхненної роботи на виставці.
Dear participants, there is a proposal actually to go around and have a look at the stands. And wish you all have a nice work, enjoy the fair. Thank you.
for this session that is called the resilience of business communities during the wartime. Our panelists have two presentations ready-made, and I suggest for other panelists to say within the general audience, and I invite Mikhailo Levchenko, the Deputy Director of the Business Development Center. And next will be Kristina Pastushenko from the Association of Ukrainian Towns. And Mikhailo, you're ready? Okay. So you did a survey of the business status quo, namely the East region's businesses. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for that to came to us. Notwithstanding that we have critical situation in Ukraine and we have to react really fast, but still we have to think about what we will do now with our businesses and namely with our territorial communities. And after the victory that would surely come, what we shall do. Now I would like to present the survey of the state and needs of SME in Ukraine according to the assessment of business, territorial communities, and regional self-governments. So you here the QR code and the links in the presentation will be given, and the form to submit any single question. So how we do this survey? In June last year, we launched an initiative to recover economy, development, and entrepreneurship and export in Ukraine. Namely, we did it together with Dear Business since after Kyiv was liberated in Chernihiv, Sumy, and Kharkiv region were deoccupied. So we decided to launch a survey in order to study the prospects for Ukrainian business development and what we have to do today and how we will move forward. We got the support not from the ministries directly, not from the central government, but first of all of our 6 main players. So this is Ministry of Digital Transformation, Ministry of Economy, Ministry of Reintegration, and Ministry of Finances. And yet we also managed to involve regulatory service since they are also interested. We also have with us the Business Communities Coalition that enabled us with the best data and mathematics concerning the economy as a whole. What we use as an instrument? First of all, this is the unified data system of the economy. This is over 150 official data sources that are automatically updated. We do different analytics, starting from the business screening up to the experts and financial reporting, and also we started to check whether the RFBR sanctions, and so on. About methodology, this was our 11 wave, so we got over 999 businesses and 125 territorial communities. We are really very thankful to UNDP for their support. We did also financial assessment. In case you are interested, please use the links in order to read economy indicators, figures, and so on. You will see the business sizes, industry sizes, and so on. So the first block, this is the current state of business, how business assess itself. So our key question is how to help business during the wartime. As you see, 65% of business directly support Ukrainian military forces and their families, including, so the businesses became socially oriented in using their finances. They try to support their own employees, IDPs, humanitarian aids, and this is really very important from their part, and we really appreciate their participation. So now let's compare business performance in 2022 compared to 2021. The weighted average indicator of the volume of work is 68.8. Means they mentioned that their current state almost stayed the same, but we see that 2.8% yearly increase their turnover. It's over 140%. So let's see the distribution among the oblasts of Ukraine. Notwithstanding the western part was never occupied, we see that still in the east there are some businesses that started to grow, and most of them were relocated. And these try to orient themselves what to do. Concerning the newly established businesses, we see that the best state in those businesses who started their performance in 2022, and for them was rather easy to reorientate or to launch a new type of activity than those who yet took for them which took time to reorientate. And those who have their free to know money, they showed a really good increase. Like we see that's 110%, 230. That is really good for the Ukrainian economy and for the tax offices. When we look at this, the current state of business, this is, let's say, the 49%, the 0.6% report about the decrease in the total amount of businesses, and this is really not so good. Let's look at the forecast for 2023. We see that the businesses, territorial communities, and military self-governments, they are not well interacting among themselves. So, that shows in turnover of businesses. Why it is so? We will do next wave of survey. If you have any hypothesis from yourself, we will be really, but only welcoming your ideas. Concerning then the turnover forecast distribution for 2023, the younger businesses are rather fast to develop and recover. And when we look at the micro and SMEs, the micro are much more perspective. They know how to transform, how to move forward. Next block. This is the problematics. We assess different problematics. We have so-called a checklist where we ask lots of questions, and as you see, all our 999 respondents provided their answers, and namely the 49.7% they claimed about the lack of the quantity of financially stable clients, and this is quite understandable that people have but just minimum for their life support. And 46% responded about lack of or that they are incapable to forecast the situation, the future situation. Next, business report that they don't receive enough money for development from the state. And next, this is the claim of the high taxes and fees. And next, compare what prevents businesses from restoring and developing. Sure that within the markets, this is a better assessment, but for the self-government, they give rather, let's say, lower figures. But nevertheless, the businesses themselves, they manage to provide for themselves the sources of raw materials. But again, businesses also respond about the lack in professional staff, but this is from the side of business. This figure, I mean, of the insufficiency is rather low than compared to the assessment of the territorial communities. So again, the territorial communities and self-government figures really greatly differ in different indicators, as you see from this scheme. Concerning the availability of finances, first of all, what businesses claim, the 47.7% complained of blocking of the tax reports, and this is really a critical point. We understand that this question stays on the agenda, and in case in our further surveys this percentage will stay the same, this will tell us about the negative impact on the business development. So again, from the sides of the government, in particular, the lack of the financial support from the public authorities, like they in the business from 579. This is really a very important problem, since the business also lacks the staff, since they cannot get the so-called white leaflet that not so their staff should not be enlisted to army. What types of the state assistance the businesses have from the state? First of all, tax benefits are not bad. So the state aid was used by almost 40%. We see that the financial and non-financial aid is provided to IDPs. Next, let's say that we have the preventing the key personnel to be sent to army, and this is really good. But 60% of businesses never used a single state aid. That means the lack of trust from the side of business to the government authorities, and this could be really a very important obstacle. Now, when we see about the business attitude towards the tax reform, we see that the percentages of businesses that responded yes or no to the tax reform and 60% support. And they emphasize the needs on the tax reform. Now, the payment arrears on the Treasury account, as you see, we have that that's almost 90% claimed no arrears. Same with the VAT refund arrears. So 6.3% of businesses report that they didn't receive any VAT refund. Next, the business relocation. So I think that the survey that we did would be the last relocation survey since businesses stopped to relocate. Almost no business plans for itself the relocation, but just the opposite. Most of businesses plan for themselves to get back to the previous location. The staff situation. This is already our sixth survey of the staff situation. The trend stays the same. It's almost 20% of the personnel that got the vacations or went to some other areas to work. So, and again, how the number of employees, full-time and part-time, has changed over the past months. Again, we see this stable trend, and the businesses try to preserve the workers that they manage to employ, and this is really a good trend. Next, let's see that how the businesses cut down the salaries for their workers. We have still the negative trend, and really very sensitive issue for the staff as well for the communities. Again, how the business work with IDP. Well, that's almost 17.2% say that they never employ IDPs, but still 4.2 are ready to employ. Next, the willingness of businesses to employ persons with disabilities. This is also a very important point, since we can forecast through this attitude whether or not our military persons who got wounded or acquired some disabilities will get back and work with the businesses. So 38% of businesses, but only they are ready to employ them. So we have yet to work with businesses in this area. Export potential. Ukraine really got very, let's say, great transformation since almost more than half of all the businesses start to reorient on the overseas clients, and this is really great. In this case, the Center for Business Development Support should be quite active with such businesses. When we look at the potential, we see that the 64.6%, this is a weighted average in 2022 comparing to 2021. They are ready to go for exports. So the turnover increased, and so the businesses have the way to go.
The challenges, the business travel for men for different fears, then logistics in the top three, and inability to go outside of Ukraine. Men for international partnership meeting. This is something to consider, how to approach. The government authority should look, the military administration should assist, because this is economy, this is the inflow of funding to the regions. If we speak what the communities and military administrations are ready for, they are ready to assist in finding the partners, in training events related to export activities, and they're ready to offer simplification, custom procedure. These are top lines from the local communities and military administration. This is something they should consider during planning. On payments, 20% are delays, but 72% operates well. They have normal circulation funding. Then no significant assistance to business or interesting slide. Just have a close look on it. Whether the government authorities consider export opportunities for local programs. So no, local communities don't pay it. Briefly on interaction, this is a key block when we speak about the regulations. 76.7 don't look at business. 83% have no clue about the business program support and what business wants to see from administration, what kind of support, the grant assistance, information support, the benefits, tax benefits. These are the key issues, but the business we no need in relocation. We already managed to do that on regulations, how the local community perceive that they share the documents, regulation, but 55% of local communities indicate that business is not actively protected. So business should come. So it should be a two-way street. They should not sit and wait, but they should assist working, developing different strategic documents, which is important. On funding, if we develop taxation, the needs, 87%, would be able to cover through 579. So local authorities, especially Ministry of Economy, Ministry of Finance, should simplify access. So as same and micro, medium, so medium-sized business needs significant, so they can move fast if we provide them financial assistance. Index, Ukrainian businesses, we are in negative trend so far, so negative expectation of business would be interesting. In our presentation you can find details. The passport, we covered the whole Ukraine. We have the percentage, basically the same level for all the individual entrepreneurs. We covered tax payments. So there might be an interesting piece of information that our study is a reliable one. So all the sectors, we didn't miss any sector of economy, and the number of sampling. We have 11 waves of sampling. So additional materials are available. The business needs lots of slides. Local authorities can have a look on themselves and their colleagues in the neighboring region, and we expect from you the hypothesis for the next study. We are ready to have a critical feedback on our current activities. Thank you, Mihailo. We have one or two questions. This is not a panel discussion yet, that they keep one slide is missing at the end, or executive summary. Three things which you were surprised. You should very, very briefly. 1, 2, 3, from what you already was spoken about 25 minutes. I tried to make a point about the financial capacity. 579 works. Business that the problem is collateral, especially east regions of the bank have the street light for the territories from the NBU. Ministry of Economy should review that. The left bank, no one can get financial assistance from the this is critical. This impacts the turnover. Number one. Number two, the communication, local authorities and business. Very critical point. Business is screaming, no one is talking, and the administration say nobody's coming. So, and we can ask about this later. And thirdly, export. We should simplify the principle for export potential and create sectoral associations for business. Business should be united by type of goods, services, by sector. The Office for the Development of billion contracts are coming, which one enterprise cannot. But three businesses united, we can implement the contract, the unions association by business. That would be very cool for business and for the communities and for the ministry. Thank you. So you may ask questions later after the panel discussion. Thank you, Mihailo. He was a keynote speaker. Now, Kristina Pastushenko, head of the Association of Small Cities of Ukraine. She has a presentation. And then we'll move to the panel discussion itself. Thank you. Hello, dear friends, dear colleagues. My initial statement, I met a lot of partners, friends, representative communities, business. My name is Kristina Pastushenko. I'm the head of the office of the Association of Small Cities of Ukraine. I have a clicker somewhere. I'm not going to stop and take much of your time to tell you about the challenges which business is facing. A very cool presentation before me, and we were listening to it and assess the current situation. The only comment I would like to add that our business is similar. Ukraine is on its way to the victory, and the impact of the war on small and medium-sized business is huge, very negative, but our business continues to operate and plans its activities for the future. You can get the percentages, who continues to operate, who reduced operation downside, the drop down of profit and decrease in staff. My colleague already made a great presentation. It was very cool. Since I am a representative of the Association of Small Cities of Ukraine, I would like to mention how our association operates, how it assists business, how it assists communities, and today I would like, and I am pleased to have the opportunity to make a presentation, communication tools, supermarket of solutions for the communities, which allows to establish direct communication between business and municipalities throughout the country. If we have a look at this slide, you can see that our supermarket is very convenient. There's sector. We have smart decision, public utilities, economic development, legal support, healthcare. Also, the sections, we're adding sections. You can create your own section. You can fill in the existing one. We decided to go for this section for this because it's convenient for the communities. The communities are coming and probably they are looking for this solution on public utilities. They tickle the box and filter all the businesses which make an offer on this specific subject. Some background. The supermarket solutions for the communities we launched before the war on January 18, 22. We launched it and it worked like till February 23. During the 1 month of operation, we saw a positive trend. We saw the growth. The communities were joining and 600 communities and the communities register themselves and they can communicate online directly with business. QR code to access the platform. I would like to invite business who is with us today. If you have the interesting solution for communities, please join our community. We have a stand at the entrance here and you can talk to our experts and get more information from our expert. The Association of Small Cities of Ukraine would support the communities and business. Thank you very much. This is all from my side. Thank you, Christina. Can we go backwards? Yeah, the great first slide. Next. This one, Christina. This is above you. I'd like to draw special attention. Business feels better when it's adjusting its business models, looking for new markets and a creative, unique product. Microphone, please. This presentation from the Council of Europe, and this is really true, because business should adjust itself and move forward. We're not going to live the life we lived before, and we have to develop new business models to develop our business. Thank you. So, if you don't mind, I suggest that would be the key message for us today. So, business cannot request something from the state. It would be one-way street only, but we need a two-way street. Thank you for the quote. Kristina Pastushin, please stay on stage. We may put our panel discussion logo, and now I would like I am going to return the cheers. So the stage is ready. Mikhaila, go back to... And what's important, to have the colleagues who haven't made Volodymyr Chereznichenko, Deputy Head of Lugansk Oblast Military Administration. Yep. Oksana Golovko. Oksana Golovko is not with us yet. Alexandra Homek, Chernigiv Oda, Deputy Director. Nice to see you. There are steps from the right. Department for Economic Development, Chernihiv Oblast State Administration, and we'll have Orest Grinev and Ivana Pogrudnyak would be online with us. Already checked with Ivan. Volodymyr, let's start with you. Deputy on digitalization and international research. The region is occupied. 5% of the territory is under government control. Two communities. In two communities, we have access to 3 settlements with basically no people. The priority. Okay, let's go for 5 minutes and then we'll go for Q&A. 100% of our business was relocated with the assistance of the state, international partners. So to run business is not possible. And currently, we fight for every entrepreneur. And the tax refers to our relocated business to the category which is subject for inspections, and they try to re-register the communities where the business was relocated, and the taxes to local budgets decrease. Street taxes, land, excise duty, and individual tax are not paid. So the community is using money to keep the infrastructure, like hospitals, schools, left, and we need to have some revenues, the budget, and we basically fight every interim to it. And some transfers were blocked by the NBU as out of Ukraine, so we try to cooperate with tax authorities and find new format, new standards, cooperation on site. To keep the tax base in our region. Main priority is to create the opportunity to invest into innovation development of Lugansk region. For that, 2 portals were created. Luganshina Rebuilt, where we post investment project, investments platform, which would be used after deoccupation. And secondly, the geodata portal. We're going to put the plan for the recovery of the region with understanding of the cost. So the administration would support the business which pays taxes and open the window of opportunity for domestic and international investors. This is future contracts, concession to give the opportunity for the recovery and get the profit in the future, and the construction of new innovation businesses on the territory of Lugansk Oblast. We understand the business which is linked to the resource base would come back and would continue investments. And some businesses have been rude, but they would they're interested to resource which exists in the region. The business which left outside the Ukraine and is not linked to the resources, they need to separate programs, and we're having discussion with the investor. Relocation of the relocated, so having them back. So these are 3 streams we're considering. Luganshina Rebuilt, recovery, and investment platform. Secondly, geodata, concession agreements, investments, and thirdly, relocation of the relocated business. Thank you. Very briefly, up to the point. Thanks to the armed forces, Chernihiv Oblast is under different circumstances, but still under difficult circumstances. What are your priorities as the director and the whole administration? Thank you very much for the invitation. Would like to thank you, NDP, and all the organizers of this event for the opportunity that Chernigivshina is able to join the event. A very nice support for our business, and business is responding positively. We have more than 10 producers as their stands, and it's not just micro business and the producer. For Chernigiv region, they're really strong, important. It's a good medium level. In Chernigiv region, we don't have a big business, so the foundation of our economy is small and medium business, and probably that keeps us alive. If we speak about the events last year, by our assessment in March, when we were under occupation, 2/3 of the region was occupied, and there were surroundings. The logistics was not so the business, especially in Chernigiv. So only critically important enterprises were able to operate, and about 15% of business in the region was in operation. But thanks to the defense forces of Ukraine, our territory was deoccupied in April. 25% of business was able to operate, and the number of business was growing steadily. But business suffered a lot. Now we run the registry of the damaged business. About 500 businesses which was damaged, and the list is incomplete because sometimes business does not think of, oh well, why should we bother to go for the registry, have the certificates, and they restored their business by themselves. But at the end of the year, we saw that 90% of business returned. They returned, but of course the business operates not at the full capacity, from 20 up to 80% the capacity of loaded capacity, and we lost at least 1/3, 25%, 1/3 of our gross product, because the agriculture suffered and the industry suffered, having about 60 ruined enterprises, in which are recovering, but recovering thanks to using their own resources. The best recovery is of food processing, and they managed to keep the level of production basically on the level of the year 2021. The worst situation is with wood processing, for those who lost the markets, the logistic, the machine construction is having difficulties with recovery. Light industry is recovering, but they need to change to totally different. Our enterprises are facing other challenges, which refer not only to the typical problems which already mentioned by the speakers already, the insufficient loan resources. Chernigiv is assessed a risky zone to run business, and the credit facility is not always available. Last year, one of the biggest problems was the logistics. Chernigiv has 37 ruined bridges. 37 bridges was ruined, and the whole territory of so there's a broad network of rivers. We 31 bridges, and temporary bridges do not allow the business go for full-scale operation. So temporary bridges are temporary, and this is also a problem. So today, talking to our producers, have their stance today. We came to the Chernigiv region is alive, it works, and will flourish. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Alexander. Thank you for the brief presentation, but being so optimistic. Orest Greenleaf.
We hope that you are connected. Yes, this is the Deputy Director, Christina, Alexander. Let's move to the sites, okay, for us to see the image. So the Deputy Director of the Department of the Investment Policy and Industry and Economic Policy Department, Orest. We talk about the policy of Lviv Oblast Administration for the relocated businesses. Yes. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Good afternoon, Pavlo. Yes, Lviv Oblast received lots of IDPs, lots of relocated businesses. We are the leaders on a relocation program. Namely, we received 230 relocated businesses. We created the conditions for them to continue their businesses. We created the special program, granting program, and the program for support of the relocated businesses, certification program, and the program for access to international expos. And through this program, we already started to purchase the equipment through the grants and co-financing. We've got lots of cases to support businesses that, first of all, we would like to create the best conditions for the relocated businesses. And one of the priorities of our work is to make the way like business really state on the territory of Ukraine and not relocating to the neighbor countries, I mean Poland, Romania, and so on. In particular, we got great risks to lose businesses in the winter, in blackout times, shortage of water supply, and so on. So I would like to mention that we implement a joint program, a pilot program to the loans commissions. It's up to 30%. The loans that were taken by the businesses to launch the new businesses, to create new workplaces. This is the no collateral loans. So we compensate from 5 up to 10% of the bank rate, and also the compensation for the regular exporting companies. This is the program 579. It means from 5% to 9%, the compensation or reimbursement for the loans for the exporting companies, and also we will reimburse from 3 up to 9% for the manufacturer businesses. We are export-oriented oblasts. We are top 5 of the major exporters out of all oblasts of Ukraine. So 89% of our percent goes, I mean, of the product goes to go to the European Union. We try to liberalize the trading contracts with Europe, with Great Britain, and we try to use every single opportunity, financial and non-financial instruments, to support the businesses non-financial, there's a so-called School of Expert to assist the businesses to start their own expert. This is a free of charge learning courses. And this year will be the so-called sixth school for the future exporters. We are very active with the non-governmental organizations, donor organizations to support the businesses like the UNDP, USAID programs, IOM, I mean International Organization for Migration, and other donors. Shortly, this is it. Thank you, Orest. Thank you. Please stay with us since we will have the Q&A sessions. And for the last speech, I would like to invite Ivana Pogrebnyak, director, who also support the businesses. This is a Prompt renovation, the social impact organizations. It's a called private organization, but quasi-public, I would like to say. Ivana, we see on the screen, we hear you. So this is Ivana Pogrebnyak, who stays in Ivano-Frankivsk now. Good morning, welcome, dear participants. Let me present what we do as Prompt renovation as a project. We work in Ivano-Frankivsk territorial community, and we try to expand our impact on the whole territory of Ukraine. After the war started, we never stopped our work. We started to accumulate the new ideas together with the local communities, and we created the so-called Center for Business Support, where we involved also our partners from the Western Europe and America, I mean United States of America. We supported the relocation. We assisted 47% to relocate to Ivano-Frankivsk Oblast, namely providing them with the workplaces, namely on Prompt. We started to study the business needs, and those entrepreneurs who started to their businesses in the Western Ukraine, first of all, they seeked for financial aid in order to relaunch their businesses, and we started to requalify our aid from humanitarian to financial. And we started to provide our partners the grants to Ivano-Frankivsk localized businesses, and we started to carry out different learning programs to provide businesses with new competences, with launching new products to become companies, exporting companies. We provided the whole round of the consultations involving the experts from all over Ukraine. And for 2023, our plans become more structurized, and we acquired a bigger focus as like mentor and consultancy aid. We regularly announce the initiative on involving new businesses in our programs, helping the businesses to reach the new level. And we created Project Stimulus, within the framework of which we provide the trainings on different competencies like how to create the product value, how to work with the strategies, how to work with financial instruments, how to discover new markets, how to export, and so on. We created micro and small learning programs to help businesses in their different needs, and we start the project together with Berkeley University from California. This is a big program for training the businesses, and namely this is our aim as PrompRelate. Also, to reorient the project kind of Save Business Now, and now we see which businesses really want to develop, which persons want to open new businesses, and we work through grant programs, through focusing programs, namely for the people who lost their workplaces due to the war, and we help them to launch their new businesses. We work with startups, namely for women entrepreneurship. This is a whole program. So we develop a whole learning direction activity, helping the newly launched businesses and those who just to plan to launch their business. We involve mentors, coaches, and consultants who help the businesses addressing them to resolve some specific problems or issues on site. So this is for that we have a special mentorship program. And also, we created market space infrastructure as an office where, from which office the entrepreneurs can find their peers, their partners, or to test their business ideas. And also, we plan to create a business laboratory. This will be covered by several projects on the edge of business to science cooperation and science to business. And for example, when business that comes to us and they say, we want to grow to culture the skin from mycelia, fungi, or to create some artificial tissues. So we start to create the networking between businesses and science, so for them to interact with each other. And we also have the specific equipment that can be used as a testing one, like allowing to test the prototype products out of the wood or tissue, fabrics or metal or other kinds of raw materials. We created the so-called market space up to 120,000 meters that will be increased up to 11,000 square meters, where the businesses could test their ideas from the very beginning of the idea up to the final project with seeking finances, first financial grants to launch the manufacture, and through the consulting and their own ideas, I hope that the businesses will become the more stable and we're to reach the most stable level of business development. We compete, with the lunch break, and I noticed by the audience that we start to lose and since lots of people rather opted for lunch. And please stay with us, Orest. I would like to show that my favorite slide from Christina, namely this one. Let me be now the slide for the final comments from all our panelists. And I would like also to give the words of Hardison Eaton. So, unfortunately deceased professor. So the pumping money in some industry, it's rather worse, and better to do it through supporting the businesses who create innovative products and move to the innovative markets. Mihailo, your turn, please, shortly. Give your statement as if for Twitter publication, and let us move fast to lunch. Well, lots of topics were discussed during our panel, and when staying within the diapason of our topics, in particular, considering that now we have the businesses from the east of Ukraine, I would like to say that all the businesses that are bordering, let's say, our eastern neighbor. So yes, before the biggest turnover was rather with let's say eastern side, I mean Russian side, in particular for Chernigiv Oblast. But even case altogether we can reorient and open for ourselves the European markets. This will allow us a new way for development without any significant assist, I mean financial pumping in. And then what Lugansk and Mariupol and Donetsk Oblast do, I mean businesses from this oblast do, they develop their ROV1 fast development strategy. Yes, their short-term strategy for like 1.5 years, that they listed everything that they should do really to recover very quickly and readapt. And again, the territorial communities and regional administrations should work together with the businesses, since the businesses will work on their territories, but not otherwise. And again, I would like to mention that I really support the formulation that you quoted, and I would like to say that the development of local economy, this is the key to local communities development, and not vice versa. Thank you. Through these days of war hostilities being carried out in our territories, we concluded for us that we have altogether Oblast administration, local communities and the businesses to readapt their strategies, reformat the activities to orient on new conditions of life. In our region, first of all, is basing on small and medium businesses development, and that's why Chernigiv Oblast businesses can really recover quickly and reach the new levels, new horizons, and in particular when taking into consideration what losses really were experienced by the businesses, we have to do everything possible on the local level to help the businesses. And yes, we do lots of face-to-face visits, consultations. We work with mass media, we support and develop the business support the programs, and financial stimulus should be involved in the special loan programs and grants for our business to put in the more or less the equal conditions with the regions which are in a rather safe occupation, like registration of technological or business parks. Well, we registered in business park, but who will, which park the investor would choose? Polish one, but we would like the investors to choose rather our own, Chernihiv, for example, business parks for investment. And again, I would like to say that we also do the survey, and our 90% of businesses say that they are willing to work on Chernihiv Oblast, and thanks to that. So we also have lots of businesses. We hosted lots of businesses that have been relocated, and they preserved, lots of businesses preserved the businesses on the Chernihiv businesses, but their offices are rather established in the rather west, in the better conditions for investors to live and work. So let's talk about the sales. First of all, the sales are the main term in there. Let's increase the sales. I would like to say, I would like to say that I rather worked through all these years as businessman. Namely, my business was in Bakhmut, and I'm as a manager, well, my experience is rather short, a year and a half. So, and that's why having good experience, I would like to say, to formulate my three proposals. First of all, let's not inspect or thorough checking the businesses who are working in, let them live and stay in Ukraine. Let's not perpetrate them with the frequent tax inspections. Next, let's think about how businesses will work for recovering their regions. Let's help businesses grow. Let's teach them how to use the instruments. And this mentorship program will help businesses to how to use their investor money and to stay within Ukraine. Well, in case you want to get the grants and public assistance, you should be transparent. To work in white way, open way, not gray. And then let's ensure businesses that stay in the territory of Ukraine. Yes, we are rather business attractive country, but let's not lose the businesses through some internal issues, political issues, prevent the investors to leave Ukraine. Olga or Christina, have you something to add? First of all, the first situation, we have to be united. When we are united, we are strong. And then we can use our own internal potential for the best, to take businesses out of the shadow Next, we have to use cooperation to reach export markets. First of all, in particular, to support businesses when let's say the incomes of the regular citizens drop down and the purchasing capacity dropping down. And next, there should be support on the all national level and local level and regional level. And I would like every territorial community from every oblast to implement their own program for business support, namely to seek for the cheap resources, compensating programs, for the business resources. And next, yes, we work by ourselves, everyone by itself, but we have still, first of all, to be united in different associations or like communities. And glory to Ukraine, and I wish victory to every of us. Ivana, first of all, I would like to support Orest, who told about cooperation with the communities, and here we talk about the partnership. The partnership allows us to really to do big things and to increase the number of stakeholders within the enterprise. And also, let's transfer Ukraine just from the raw material source into the producer with the value-added products. Let's develop infrastructure, first of all, that we do in Promprilat, and we involve also the educational component. First of all, we have to recover the economy, restore the internal resources, and that's why we need to provide the knowledge about the principles and rules which are used in Ukraine, in Europe, in US, and in the world, and namely to orientate on the best modern practices of economy. And with that, I would like to say that we are focused on the entrepreneurship and really to cut down the level of entry point for the, let's say, younger people, to help them to do their first step into the business with the consultancy, financial or infrastructural assistance for them to try themselves as entrepreneurs, for them to cultivate the thought that faults, it's making mistakes, it's quite proper to humans. Yeah, okay, thank you, Ivana. We continue our talks on June 14. And now I would like to thank all our panelists, Mikhailo, Christina, Oleg, Orest. Thank you, Oleg, to unite us into such a panel. Thank you to organizers. Big thanks to our technical support for the sound and video. Thanks to all the interpreters. Thanks to all the participants and our audience and panelists. We stay in contact. Christina, thank you, Christina. Well, let's stay in contact through social networks. Well, and I wish you nice
Шановні учасники, всі
Dear participants, hello again. My name is Maxim. I'm the moderator for the next panel, which is called the processing of the construction material and garbage after the restoration of the damaged infrastructure. All these speakers are online, but I think it would not, well, actually it doesn't matter. We'll have an interesting discussion anyway. Victoria Shimon, Gastomel Neo-Eco Ukraine, and Bart Grill, Vice President of Neo-Eco, will be with us. Can we put our speakers online? And the first presentation would be from Victoria. Hello, Victoria. Do you hear us well? Do you see us? Welcome. Everything is super. I can see you. I can hear you. Great, great. Yeah, the connection is good. Victoria, we are ready and looking impatient for your presentation. Microphone is yours. Thank you. Will you be able to see my presentation? I'm going to share the screen. Put your presentation on the screen. And in a sec, we'll be able to see it. Victoria, did you launch the presentation? We are trying to see your presentation on our screen. You may start in a second. We'll have it on our screen. You're welcome to stop. Hello, thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to be a member of the... My name is Victoria. I'm the project manager of Neo-Eco, and I'm in charge of Gastomel project. Some words, the background about Neo-Eco company. This is a French company which has a huge experience, about 17 years operation in France. Lots of startups, and the company is pushed out on processing of the construction materials used Neo-Eco France by the initiative we have in Ukraine, Neo-Eco Ukraine, which actually started Gastomel project to restructure Gastomel, the ruined city of Gastomel. Back in spring 22, we started considering that this is the way to process construction waste. Would be interesting for Ukraine because we realize the scale of the damages and the construction waste, which is still growing. We need to do something with that. And thus we realized that we need to act, and to act now, to propose our assistance, our experience, and our methodologies, and launch pilot project. We decided to go to Gastomel and the military headquarters, which was ruined very much as a result of the Russian attack. And since there is an Antonov airport in rear, and this is actually was the first place to accepted the attack. So the buildings were really completely ruined. We realized that this is a big object, and we realized that they need us as well. Victoria, can we try to relaunch your presentation? Just a sec. Now, just a sec. We do. Yep. Go to this slide. Oh, yeah. Great. Sorry for interruption. Where did I stop? And we understand that the methodology, it's not an innovation. What we realized, all the risks associated, which we were about to take because there was still continuous, but we realized that we need to start now, do something, having this as an example, with this pilot, what can be done under these circumstances, because a lot of construction waste, like tons, dozens and tons, and we had some experience, the understanding that these waste can be processed and be used later for the reconstruction, or this waste would go to the field and would be an eco disaster. As I mentioned before, millions of tons of waste are actually appear every day. The company has huge experience, huge project in France. So we had a clear plan. What are we going to do? What we were planning? So we had methodology developed, and the technologies were in place, and we had a clear action plan. And since we had an understanding in Gastomel, they accepted our proposal, we started to act. We started to implement our project. It's formal. It's a pilot. And before we launched the project, we did a study of all the buildings. About 5 multi-story buildings were. So before we start the work on de-assembling, we met the materials at the labs. So whether they included poison components, so what can be reused and where they can be applied. So we got a conclusion from the lab. We developed the methodology and we followed the methodology in the future. So the materials, the objects, before we started de-assembling, we followed the technology that we did that carefully, and we separated hazard materials. So like there were a lot of asbest, which is hazard material, which is very much polluting, and we should be careful with that. So there was a special procedure, sometimes manually. We had the machines. We separated the materials, and by the way, this is how the buildings look like. The scale of disaster. This is how our work looked like. The preparation for de-assembling. So we separate the different materials. All these materials should not go as a mix with further construction way. It won't be used later. So we were very careful and cautious in separation and stuff. We disassembled with the assistance of Ukrainian companies, which have the licensing certificates to deal with hazard materials. We also, after the separation of different materials and hazard materials, we decided to go for sorting. And sorting is a separate stage of our project. We had to sort out all the materials to process them and later to get the new metal, wood, something which can become a part of concrete, like bricks, to the extent possible. And have some more pictures. We worked engaging Ukrainian companies, which had special equipment for deassembling, for sorting, to separate hazard materials, and that happened in one city, on one location, and we had a team about 20 people, and that was one location to and that was the good approach from the logistics perspective. We got the materials on site to be used in the future. Let me remind you that it is possible in Ukraine. The equipment, the companies are available. So before the work, we shared the methodology with the companies. The company which accepted our terms of reference should follow our methodology, know step by step what to do and what are we going to get as an outcome. We engaged different the equipment which operates in granite deposit, and one of the goals was to get separation of small fractions of concrete. Some buildings had more concrete, some buildings had more cement. But we got the fractions 0.100, but we had to get a smaller fraction. So basically, like sand. So we want to use this to produce new concrete, and we managed to get small fractions, so engaging different equipment, and we successfully graded that. And now it's everything on Gostomel site. You can come on site and have a look. These materials are analyzed in labs, and we got the conclusions from the laboratories that these fractions are rather of a good quality, and we can use them or reuse them, but final results will get end of June to share with more and more companies that these materials can be used for to produce concrete. Before the war, those were the buildings, old buildings. We want to build new buildings, better buildings, definitely better than before, and we plan to have our project, Eco project, because all the construction waste, we don't take it to any field, we don't throw in the woods, we don't pollute the fields. We basically dispose in a proper manner, signing proper contracts. We plan to restore the city for the inhabitants, and the concept 15-minute city where all the facilities, the inhabitants will enjoy the comfort. The small city would be adjusted for meet new relatives. That would be a part of the compact. The shelters, by the way, now it's a problem there that in the city they don't have any pharmacies, they don't have any basic things. We want to restore the city for the people in a proper manner, using the closed cycle economy, and we would like energy-saving technologies to be used to demonstrate how it can be, how it should be used. Wood and straw panels, like an element of our project, and we understand that. Our project is a part been implemented. We have a real case and we have some experience and we can share our experience and we are open, transparent. We are telling about the project and we participate in different conferences. Once again, we have not invented anything new. It's not an innovation. It's just what was found by other countries a long time ago, and it's already in use. So we encourage with this project to process construction waste in that specific manner, not to throw it away, not to pollute the environment. And this is the cases our fields are already polluted, but to do processing on site and create new materials, just preserving the ecology of our country. If there are any questions, just a sec. We'll ask the audience, dear participants, if you have any question, just raise your hand.
У нас є одне питання. Будь ласка, ось сюди мікрофон.
We have a question in the second row. Question: what are you going to add to the concrete to have a new cement to be used? So what would be other components you are going to add to the graded concrete? Victoria, did you get the question? What? Question about, so you grade the concrete. What you would add to it to be reused in the the component? The third component would, this is 3 labs, 3 concrete companies. 3 companies work on the recipes. So they apply to the companies what we would like to have as outcome. We provided the fractions for the starters, and those companies which produce concrete, they are preparing the recipe. So they would tell us that this should be added like 20% or 30% to have a good quality concrete and where it can be applied. So without a expert conclusion, I cannot say, I don't have specific numbers. So we need to get the, which we expect end of June. And so how much of the, just, we have one more question. The question, we need concrete which would be heat resistant. Can you name those labs and whether their opinion would be available for the general public? For other stakeholders, would it be the license that for the formula you would some payment? So their opinion can be used at other production sites.
Again, let me tell you. So we have chosen 3 concrete companies, which are the market leaders, and we signed agreement with them. Well, again, I would like to emphasize that our company is open and transparent. We created a fund for Gostol Mill revival, and we share all the available information. And this is namely our mission, to share experience, to call on people to act the same way. I mean, sharing experience. And again, after we share we get the results, we will share them. And the detailed information can be found on the website of the Neo Eco company. In case you have specific issues, well, I'm 100% sure that the website specifies this email address where you can send your questions. And again, Victoria. Any other question?
Вже пробивається до нас наступний наш спікер. І, шановні глядачі, хочу попередити вас.
So we have our foreign speaker with us, and I would like to mention that the third speaker will be presenting in English, so please get your headsets to listen to the simultaneous interpretation. And so far, I will introduce our next speaker. This is Bart Greer, Vice President and Project Director, Ukraine Neo Eco. Bart, do you hear us?
Чудово.
Thank you for
Чудово,
giving
так?
me...
Вам слово, будь ласка, прошу.
Прошу. Дякую. Thank you for giving me the floor. So, like Victoria mentioned, we did a pilot in Hostomel. Currently, we are preparing a large-scale project in Mykolaiv. And there I would say that we have the data assembled of 69 settlements in Mykolaiv, where we have shown, of course, we still need to execute, but where we've shown that applying circular economy to the debris can generate up to 600 jobs during 3 years for the 69 settlements. So besides ecological and environmental and economical factors, we also, I think, need to emphasize that circular economy is creating a lot of jobs, especially in those zones where there's a lot of debris and where we understood, especially to the south and the east of Ukraine, most probably circular economy and debris cleaning will be the first jobs that will revive and regenerate jobs in those areas. So we believe that our methodology, on top of being environmental friendly and economical, cheaper than just dumping the material in the fields and the forest, will also generate a significant amount of jobs in regions where these jobs are desperately needed. So that was the intervention I wanted to add. And then secondly, to the questions of the audience, we have a history of 17 years of doing concrete formulations with recycled material. We are also a producer of low carbon cements in France and soon also in Ukraine. So over the time, we will try to push the boundaries of what is technical possible and also legal possible in Ukraine to push this technology into Ukraine to make Ukraine more environmental friendly in its reconstruction and to create, and I think that's one of the key messages I want to give to the audience, to create a lot of jobs at the beginning of the reconstruction process and along reconstruction process of Ukraine. Thank you. Дякую.
Дякую, дякую, пане Барт. Скажіть, будь ласка.
Thank you, Bart. Do you have, well, I would ask the audience, do you have any questions to our speaker? Okay, we have question in the audience, so please, do you know what namely will be these locations in the east of Ukraine where you will place these manufacturing facilities? Namely, what are these locations? Can you give us the names?
We will start in the Mykolaiv region because there we have an agreement and the war situation allows us to operate there. But basically you have to understand that our concept is not a factory concept, but it's a concept where we can move equipment to the locations where there is debris. So if there is a need in Kharkiv, in Donetsk, in Zaporizhia, and we can work in relatively safe conditions, which means out of the artillery then we are ready and open to start those activities in that areas. So if there are people in the audience interested in that, please approach us. We investigate together, and we can relatively fast start such an operation also in the area on the condition, as I said, that we are out of artillery range.
Дякую.
Thank you very much. Dear participants, any other questions? No questions so far. Okay. Dear participants, let's give a round of applause to Bart, to Victoria, to all our speakers. And first of all, I would like to mention that this topic is quite on the agenda, in particular of nowadays. And we hope that after all the negative events will come to their end, this business, namely, will grow, is growing, and will grow even more in Ukraine, considering what we've got before the war and during the full-scale aggression. Thank you very much, dear participants. I would like to say that we will reiterate our work at 3:30 p.m. and we will discuss the business associations and business support organizations' role in the recovery of micro, small, and medium enterprises. And we will start our panel discussion at 3:30 p.m. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dear participants, dear panelists, I would like to welcome you. The panel discussion, the role of business association and organizations to support business, micro, medium, enterprises. I would like to introduce the panelists to you. Olena Chorner, the representative of the Business Ombudsman's Council, Maxim Banufre, coordinator of the project in commercial development and new services. He is the president of Donetsk Trade and Commerce Chamber. Olena Karahot, the president of NGO Organic Ukraine. Andrei Kutz, Vice President of Zaporizhia Trade and Commercial Chamber. Svetlana Nasirova, she is the head of Kyiv Regional Rep, Women in Business. This is a Ukrainian NGO. Valentina Histova, Executive Director of Ukrainian Furniture Producer. My name is Vladlen Sislun. I am the Project Coordinator, UNDP, Strengthening Business Association of Micro, Medium, and Medium Enterprise of Ukraine. Dear colleagues, our panel exists traditional in this expo, and we try to keep it informal, friendly to the audience. And what is really interesting, we have brought for the broadcast in Ukrainian and English, so I encourage those who are here to participate in panel discussion and who are not in this hall. If you see the need to ask a question, just wave your hand and you'll get a microphone. So how we proceed? What is the goal for our panel discussion? What do we want to achieve? It's not a hypothesis, so we call it axioma statement, which UNDP tracked for the past 10 years. An entrepreneur who is under difficult circumstances, under the crisis, now at the war, works not by himself, but works part of the business association, is more strong, the business is more resilient, and probability that the business would develop is definitely much higher. So unfortunately, over the past years, from the previous East-Expo, general conditions in our country significantly deteriorated. We'd like to start today to meet our audience. What organization which support business can do for the entrepreneurs. For those who are here in big room today, Arsenal, we have dozens of enterprises. If an entrepreneur, you may ask, you are welcome to ask any question. The organizations here, experienced organizations to support business, and want you at least after the panel will have a vision what business association can help with and to become part of any organizations here, which will demonstrate at this point in time help you with your needs. If you are here represent business association, just imagine that you're the right participant and you're welcome to make a presentation of your organization, of your association. So, dear panelists, our format, a brief presentation first. What your organization can do now to support entrepreneurs, about the specifics, what you can offer, looking into the nearest future. Up to 10 minutes, you get up to. Then we go for Q&A, and then we'll have a joint discussion. Microphone goes Olena Chorna, will start, the representative of the Business Ombudsman Council. Yes, my presentation is already on the screen. I'm the representative of Business Ombudsman Council, and I have an immediate question to the participants. Just raise your hand who already heard about our organization. Okay, yeah, I see some hands. Great, great. So it looks that not all of you are familiar with our organization, so I hope that information would be useful. To what Ladlian mentioned, if you want to ask a question directly, tete-a-tete, you're welcome to approach me after the presentation. Maybe you have a challenge or a problem, so without sharing that with anyone. So who we are? We're an independent institution which was created under the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, and we operated Ukrainian market more than 8 years. We were created by elite business association, international institutions. You see them on the screen. We are funded by EBRD, Western donors who are interested that we would be integrated into the Western community as soon as possible. So what we're doing, what are key functions and rights? The key activity is individual complaints from the entrepreneurs. So if you have a specific problem, we're using our authority to find a solution. I'll elaborate on that later. The focus of our activity is on this aspect. The one more aspect is the systemic work. When we see that there are systemic problems, probably the gaps in the legislation, the contradictions, and we see that from the claims from entrepreneurs that the problem is repeated. This is a place for our activity. To solve the problems, we apply to the government institutions, we communicate with them and express our opinion, so regardless the substance of the complaint, and thus we manage to solve the problem. Then you see the key numbers which demonstrate the outcomes of our activity. We got more than 11,000 complaints, and this is for all the period of our activity. We are proud that 97% of our applicants are happy with our relationship, and also I would like to draw attention to 72% of our applicants are small and medium business. So we are focused on medium and small. Big business also applies to us. So portfolio is diverse. Portfolio starting with small individual entrepreneurs, with going through the big, well-known companies. The issues under consideration, I mean, any, and you see that on this slide. The first indicated tax issues because they're a huge share of our complaints. Again, this is related to the fact that as a rule, tax issue of higher material effect, like inspection, and sometimes the cost maybe several million hryvnias or even more. So a lot of complaints we get on that area. In addition to complaints, we're doing with tax certificates. So many entrepreneurs were facing that. So this is where we can be helpful. Law enforcement issue, next block. With this, we look into the issues when there are unfair behavior by the law enforcement officers. It could be inefficient pre-court decision. The property sometimes is not returned even if there's a court ruling. So whatever is related to the law enforcement issue, procedural violations. The third point
And again, this is forward-looking complaints related to the rejections. We cooperate with government agency on recovery. Mustafa Nayem is in charge of this institute, and we are focused on that all the processes related to the restoration of the infrastructure would be transparent, efficient, and we are ready to accept complaints from business which refer to this area. And I'm sure that mandatory there might be disputes between local authorities, entrepreneurs, definitely would pop up. Customs is next. Adjustment of customs cost. The return of custom duties overpaid. The fifth would be the problems with government institution to get a permit or a license and so on. So we can and six, a general wording, any violation from the government side which can be met in every student practice. Also, very important, we have the procedure which we operate according to. There's certain criteria when we think of whether we should accept the complaint or not. These criteria are rather logical, nothing special in here, but we look whether there's unfair behavior. Yeah, they're unfair business. We don't protect that business. We try to be objective while reviewing any case. The second, whether the complaint is processed by the court. We are the pre-court body. Thirdly, we expect that our complainants will try, will at least make a try to find a solution before they apply to us. Also, the complaint cannot refer to the private relationship. We get the complaints on private businesses. This is beyond our competence. And then you should not submit a complaint a year after when there was an unfair treatment. It may happen that years after a person may apply, and it's very difficult to process the case. At the same time, the entrepreneur, it's in his interest to find solutions as soon as possible. And finally, that the complaint cannot refer the court rulings that to doubt that they're right or wrong. And finally, we review the complaints from the entrepreneurs for free. This is important. Complaints easy to submit through our site. Oh. Thank you. Our website can submit a claim by email. No digital signatures. As a simple format. We simplify. We are not sticking to formal procedure, just to simplify the process of communication. I encourage you to apply to us. Use additional tool to protect your rights and interests. Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues. And first of all, whether you who are here have any question to the representative of Business Ombudsman. Let's imagine a case, and thanks for your last comment that you simplified the procedure, but you highlighted that you support micro business. We have the Association of Micro and Small Business. We as UNDP cooperate them, and we understand that entrepreneur from small business is a busy person. time is limited because it's busy in operation. So an alternative for micro and small business to close the eyes for the violation and pay something because they need to work. And so how long the review of the issue may take on VAT or another tax to whether the individual and entrepreneur himself would be engaged to the review of the process. Of course, an important point, and I always keep saying that cooperation is very important. It's very important that for efficient review of the case, we need to interact with you, that you share the information, that you do whatever we ask, like that's pre-additional justification. Just do that now as soon as possible. I had a conference 3 days ago with tax office. Yeah, we work on the complaint, but interaction is expected. It would be nice to be in touch, and it's not just tough timing. Comfort is expected, but interaction is important, and this is in your interest. On timing, the standard review time is 3 months, but from my practice, it could be faster or longer. Depends on the complexity of the case. Again, it depends. Question to other panelists. We have two trade and commerce chambers. Whether you have an experience with the council? Yes. When the Valentina, Ukraine Association Furniture Producer, the tax declarations were frozen. We sent a letter to business ombudsman. We had some experience in the past, and the council. So. We've made a reference from our business, and to my knowledge, they've managed to find a quick solution. And the role for the association to be a coordinator and assist in finding the institutions who would be able to solve their problem. This is something we'd like to draw attention to. No matter how good the conditions are, there's some level of mistrust, and this is the role of a business association who have very good cooperation with the entrepreneurs to push them to be proactive in Органічна Україна. Our members did not apply. I applied to the ministry on tax issues, but comment would be if trade and commerce chambers or your organization to what kind of recommendation who referred business to us. Okay, if it's a trade and commerce chamber, that would be good. So because that is an evidence of our activities, so that would be an evidence of our role as an intermediary. When we file a complaint, so it's important to have this in the files. So we do have this question. To manage that, it's more an internal procedure, our understanding. how people find information about us. So we have this. We have this in our questionnaire.
Okay, colleagues, let's switch to the next issue. And first of all, I would like to draw the attention of the great audience who are watching us online. This is not kind of surprise. We gathered the ombudsman and the representatives of the business organization. So again, colleagues, please don't be demotivated, since it's a really great instrument that is being used by the bigger businesses and can be effectively used by the small and micro businesses. So you have the access and to be the members of the business association. So please join us in order to get your money back. And now I would like to give the floor to Maxim Anufriев, the coordinator of the project of Chamber of Ukraine for the trade commercial food. Namely, he is caring about the development of the new services from SME, and namely, who is the president of the Chamber of Commerce of Donetsk region, and so who will introduce you into this issue. So, Maxim, the floor is yours. Thank you, Vladlen, first of all, for the nice words for the Donetsk Chamber of Commerce. And dear friends, I'm really happy to be here in this really friendly audience. I've seen lots of friendly faces, and the persons with whom I worked with within the framework of the first Expo. And what is the Chamber of Commerce? This is really a very powerful business association with almost 100 years history. And well, yes, this is a legacy from the Soviet Union, but again, for already 30 years we develop within the international trend, the trend of support with international projects, and our competitive benefit is that we are really well developed. We have our regional rep offices in every oblast of Ukraine, and every rep office provides really the good and useful services to our business. Well, historically, our Chamber of Commerce, first of all, has been taking, let's say, its biggest care about the exporting and importing businesses, namely issuing the certificate of origins, issuing codes, brokerage, customs services, and so on. But for the last time, first of all, we are looking to support the development of small and medium businesses. Well, one can talk a lot about what is namely Chamber of Commerce. Well, I can say that we are really powerful and broad system of business associations. Sure that February 24th, 2022 changed our life drastically, and my colleagues from Zaporizhzhia, Kherson, Lugansk felt it really very seriously. And through this year, for not a single day, we stopped fulfilling our services, providing the services to businesses, and while notwithstanding the parts of oblasts are under occupation, and thanks to UNDP, since yet starting from 2015, they were the first yet now to give the hand of assistance, hand of aid, and we, together with GIZ, we are helping the system to the businesses. First of all, the relocated businesses seeking some new activities. And what I would like to say that, first of all, I would like to tell you about new projects that started at end of the previous year. And the sense of it was to find the opportunities to provide, first of all, consulting aid to the businesses who left the territory. Well, lots of businesses, namely from Kherson, also Oblast, they relocated to other areas. Well, they faced with such questions where to settle the business, how to move the equipment, which equipment should be moved, where to find the partners, where to find the clients. And then the main idea that we launched within our project is to develop a really powerful mechanism, methodology, a way for businesses to be able on the new location without any issues, smoothly adapt to the new conditions. And we developed this methodology within the framework of the project, and this algorithm united whole range of stakeholders, practitioners and theoreticians like Svetlana Nasirova. We've got lots of discussions how it should look like, since we decided that it should be practical steps, but not some theoretization. And how to help the new businesses to adapt in new regions while providing them a series of services. And thanks to this project, we started to move forward. Well, the target area, the target population was the business that relocated from the area under occupation, from the area near to the front line, and businesses planning to open their branches And this issues came to the agenda, namely when new businesses were trying to expand their activities in the neighboring oblast and even abroad. So yet businesses are planning to relocate, namely those who wanted to relocate from the dangerous areas, they did it. But we know that it can be a new wave, and this service really is in claim for any category of business. And the methodology that was developed includes a range of consulting services as a questionnaire or a survey, then a whole variety of issues to consult. Well, I don't want to take a lot of your time, but so this is to mention that this is multi-phase work, and the final outcome of which is the roadmap for the business on its geographical diversification. So what the business should do in the new place, in the sense, in case a business is for a long time on this territory, so this further adaptation brings the outcomes under using the specific strategy. Well, these are the stages of adaptation period, and at the very end we can say that within the business consulting process, as you see, clients receive the consultations and altogether from 24 to 38 consultation hours. In the first phase, the phases of the project allowed us to initiate the second phase of the project, where we will work with the enterprises, and we plan the beginning of June, end of June, beginning of July. Well, we invite everyone who's interested to come to join us and to take part. Thank you. Just 2 words to add, since as a coordinator, I also work with the project, and that's why namely the Chamber of Commerce is involved in geographical diversification, since like the vision of the Chamber of Commerce is that this is an organization for exporting the organizations, exporting companies, providing the link with those who will provide them the open access to Europe, Western Europe. For example, me, as a former entrepreneur, I came to the Chamber of Commerce when I started my foreign economic activity. It means that now we have to deal with this aspect when the people relocate their businesses really on a far distance, and they are forcibly relocating to a new territory. In this sense, the Chamber of Commerce is not providing the logistics services. Well, first of all, the Ukrainian railroads helped the people to relocate. But again, after people come to some new place, well, you know, what is business environment? When you worked before in Kramatorsk, Zaporizhia, or Kryvyi Rih, and now you move to Lviv, Ivano-Frankivsk. Yes, this is still Ukraine. You found the premise for yourself, but first of all, this understanding where to get the raw materials, what would be my clients, what would be the points of effect, you don't know. And this all delays the development of your business. And this is now the role of Chamber of Commerce to come forward and to provide the support to this relocated business. And together with GSZ and together with Chamber of Commerce, we would like to look forward all together, not to regard this service as just relocation aid. Yes, and the first stage would be relocation. The second is like re-relocation, meaning return of the business to this place of origin. And again, why we've chosen the geographical diversification as a naming? Well, I call upon those who are not, for example, forcibly relocated. Please, you should address Maxim in case you want to broaden your business. For example, your business is located in Kyiv, and now you want to grow and you want to open a branch on the western Ukraine. Please come to us. You can be the participant of this project process, and you would get really the super support, like scenario where to move. It means a list of locations. Next, to contact the renting companies, and then just to meet in person with local businesses. And Svetlana, maybe you would add some words also, since this service also includes networking. It means that you are invited, your peers are invited, and this is done through this specific organization of the events. And again, I invite you all, please come to us, participate. Will be really very important for your business. Svetlana, please.
After the piloting, a big share of business, 80%, were the relocated business and partially adjusted. But the great value of this networking component, you see that when the chamber brings you to the offices and your network gives us some benefits. There were cases when the entrepreneurs tried to do their own distributions through Telegram channels. So this escalates. So when we advertise ourselves, that's one story. But when you do that through a strong partner and the chamber promotes your meeting, this is of great value if we consider adjustments. This is an interesting thing, regardless whether you want to expand or you want to adjust but not finally adjusted. This is a great support for you. Colleague, let me remind you, I am a representative transfer of business association for small and medium business. This is the second phase. The first one was back in 1518. Now we work with 27 business associations, and we have 3 big groups of the organizations, what is what Trade and Commerce Chamber. Thanks for Maxime, already made an introduction. And now I'd like to introduce the second group, the sector business. Elena Karagot. Elena is a representative of Green Ukraine, Eco Ukraine. So we already had a discussion of some talking points, but what's the specifics of the sector association? What do you propose now? What do you propose for the nearest future? Why having sector business association? Simplify the life of the entrepreneurs and reduce the cost. I would like to support a colleague, and my message is that our members, eco producers, now they want to be taken care of. Yeah, situation is difficult, but to have someone kind of who would be able to guide you, that would be good. And against there have been joint challenges. What we did? How are you? How are you? What do you need now? Starting with the permit for relocation when everything was closed. So you have some million. We know the military, the combatants who would like to have the milk from you. So that was very important. So it was not a direct task. Tax issues, so reservations of the staff. So what did now, regardless of the sector of business. But what's important that the government policy of Ukraine is tuned to work with business associations, and there where agribusiness association in their procedures is stipulated that communication, direct communication with business, only if there is a specific need, but most of the communication goes through the business association. So the magic stick, and we continue to use that, the permits for to sign export contracts. This is a direct special corridor, and I personally, as the leader of the organization, took the responsibility for all men who. This is not a diplomatic business treat. It's not the reservation. So I basically, we need this man to go outside of Ukraine and be back in 2 weeks. Yeah, too much of the workload for me, the responsibility. But that was of the great value. It's in the great importance for the producers. And they started with simple things. And why? There's a need for the period of the war. And sometimes they are not noticeable at peaceful time when the business association operates with some different grade. But business association does a lot of simple things when business is not able to solve itself. There were lots of points when big scale in expansion of the export opportunity. There's like Expo in Germany for business who managed to preserve a team, minimized operational cost, and say that they need 300,000 to pay for the export. So no, this is a way to go nowhere. My task was to find funding, funding from international project, even from the Ministry of Germany. They did not fund the business directly. They said, oh, well, how many participants, how many would be, how many stands you need, how you would you promote 30 businesses. So participation at the expo for our business during the year or what was free because the German experts, they basically don't care whether there's a war or not because there is a cost associated to run export. And so important that they let some of our business for free. Also, we we're working on image promotion because now we need to create a funds in addition to the recovery fund. That international community is tired from Ukraine, is tired to continue the support, and one of our tasks was not to diminish the request to assist the military, humanitarians, and vice versa. Strengthen the position of Ukrainian business, which operates during the war, which can survive and can promote international community around the world. And there were joint projects, Organic Ukraine Business Umbrella, which we started to develop before the war, a joint business portrait of the participants from Ukraine at the British market. So the prep work was going to do the transceptor for the producer. That does not mean that we create some competition for the creativity of business, but business association as the additional creativity for the business development. Also, this is briefly what's going on, and this is something we're going to develop. In the future, of course, we'll have a lot of ideas on agri-food interaction and the association of egg producers, the joint challenges which can be solved by business association, but actually about creativity of business association. It starts with the strategy. Definitely unique composition, unique ideas is needed. So eco production, someone around furniture, someone around different services, but the success of the association is there, that in addition to unique ideas, as in any household you can find this unique idea, and unique presentation of the ideas. Yes, it's very important to assess tops and business ideas and the strategy of could be joint appointment, joint actions. And during the war, it happened that a lot of strategies were in the development, who we are, and it was strengthened the transparency of our messages, who we are, where we want to. It's not just a black swan, a purple goose. And that was the value, how we interact, how we're going to develop, all those considerations. I would like to agree to Vladimir's statement about the study. The study of Small Business Index demonstrated that businesses which belong to any businesses are more successful, and these businesses have positive business reputation, positive growth of the customers and sale. So when you ask business, what do you need? More money. Business, this is a priori. Mission money, reinvestment money, but money. What else? interesting case about the reputation. Over a couple of weeks, there'll be a conference on development of Ukraine, the reforms which would impact development of Ukraine in London. Like Lugano conference last year. And this is our position of strong image status of the leaders, reputation leaders whom we develop, and this is in our services. Listen, we need to have leaders. And it's not just case formation, but formation of leaders. And the reform that will be our eco producer and business in Britain will make a presentation about our umbrella brand and will ask about their interest, their vision of our business, what kind of format it should have that you would be interested to cooperate. So the producer would not be able to make a presentation because he's busy with production. So more than business association, what they can do, assist the members to achieve their own goals, including the profit. We represent the interest and strengthen protect their right in strengthen competitiveness. This is again to increase competitiveness. We are the resource number one for competitive advantage. Business through us can get something we would be an earlier, more unique, and this would be a competitive advantage around joint vision. Eco product on every table, and everyone united around this development of business environment, and we have a business and the state. And actually, I would add our role. We increase the trust from either business to the government and government to and we're the initiator for the development of this global agenda for Ukrainian business. In the current discussion, I would highlight competition of business ecosystem. Business communities are part of the ecosystem which we're just starting to develop. We at the same time need to become stronger and have this business ecosystem, efficient business association, strong business and strong country. Majority of us, we're lucky. We're efficient business association, and we have Vladlen's project, and we are the participants of to structure our development. So it would take years for us, but with Vladlen's assistance, we've done that faster. This is but again, the capacity. What do we need capacity for the development? For the development, should have an understanding where you are and what you are. This is for business association and for business, and the assessment of capacity. Knowledge management, transformation of the organization. This is the process for the changes, and business associations, in addition to the being trendy, being full of creative ideas, we demonstrate that if we as business association were able to strengthen, so you, the smaller ones, can do that. Having just follow our case, and we are happy to share the materials, our knowledge, and strong country. Business associations are NGOs. different format of unions, associations, assemblies, and we're the representative of the civil society. The main task to force the authorities be fair and efficient. One of the tasks and services, the way advocacy will lobby for the interests of business. This is a direct, very much focused area to force the family be fair and efficient. And finally, be entrepreneurs. This is cool, and be member of the business association. It's useful, and develop business association to it would benefit from time invested. Organic Ukraine, we are the resource number one for the competitive advantage. We unite everyone who is interested in development of the organic market in Ukraine. We are strong, we have knowledge, competence, and the main focus is business communication. Before the war, we had a great calendar for network, and when we asked our members what you would get rid of, what you would lose if we don't, if you lose out, networking. But we had a very good calendar for the events, different levels. The war adjusted it, but business communication, this is what we try to keep. Business Association of Organic Ukraine and the other, to help the owners of enterprise to overcome the obstacles which they are not able to overcome themselves. And the war highlighted that. And I think this is the task for the nearest future, even after the war. Also, in addition to the clear benefits for the entrepreneurs, Organic Ukraine has a multiplication effect for commercial, government, and economic institutions Ukraine. Of course, in our sector, development of the organic market, but I may not only. So let's unite for efficiency. Thank you, Elena. Thank you very much for cool case reminder. That's thanks to UNDP. An umbrella brand was developed. Elena already mentioned. She is the representative of one sector organization. Valentina will tell about her story. Furniture of Ukraine. Colleagues. Very simple chain. Why sector business association is cool? It's not competition. Not every sector managed to create businesses where they were able to find the balance of interest, the synergy effect, because the product, the agriculture product of organic, higher value added. But if you would be either by your alone or 20, 30, 50 producer with your own mono brands of eco products which are not known to the consumer, to promote the demand would not be possible for you. So this is the case when once united around the organization, combining financial resources, you don't assist the competitor. There's a synergy effect. You help one another and create a new market, absolutely new market with new value added. And thanks for the case of the umbrella brand, which you're going to present in Britain. So now I'd like to pass the microphone to Andrei Gutsvis, the president of Zaporizhia Trade and Commerce Chamber. Yeah, already we have the speech from Donetsk Trade and Commerce, which is known in the system as the strong leader in 2 areas, export and clusters. They from a very strong region. Zaporizhia, unfortunately, it suffers today and got a very specific, painful challenge for the development. But I would like Andrei to make some comments on export and on clusters. Why for export? Which level? Micro, small, and what?
In some specific examples, how you can help as the Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, Ledlen. Thank you. Well, unfortunately, we started our day from the sad news, not only for the Zaporizhia region. Yes, we suffer and we will suffer from such consequences really a lot. And well, well, my name is Andrei Kuts. I'm the president of Zaporizhia Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So we work within the framework of the law on Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Some provisions of the law have been amended, but the main statements remain the same. And we would like also to shed light of what we have done since the beginning of war, and we are very thankful to UNDP project to support us, namely for the training component. And this was our first experience of work of doing several express consultations for the businesses. And now, in particular in the wartime, this trend becomes must-have. And I'm very thankful to Svetlana, who did several information sessions on for the SMEs on how to overcome challenges. So we organized as like a specific site for consultations. I mean, thanks to which we delivered over 100 events and 200 consultations to businesses, in particular about the force majeure, since we know that 80% of all the applications to the Chamber of Commerce and Industry deal with force majeure. And namely, you see, this is the photo from the training, like family photo with certificates that you see. And yes, when we first met all together, we tried to seek the joint points, since we really diversified in funds and structures. But then we realized that we can really involve the resources of each other in order to be in use for the businesses, since the one business company can be member of several organizations like expert association, business association, national business association, international business association, namely using all the opportunities being provided by specific organizations, since these opportunities well, really differ and I mean vary. And since the very first webinar that we provided, and next in in 2021. Next, we did it in April, May 2022, and then in November to December 2022. Why? Because in Sumy, businesses suffered really greatly from the shelling in the war hostilities, and the profiles are similar with the Zaporizhia Oblast businesses, since considering that we did several webinars, and namely the last event that we did offline in Lutsk, which happened May 31st, and there was a meeting of the businesses relocated to Sumy Oblast in Volyn, from Sumy to Volyn. These were among the participants there were customs and tax affairs representatives. Why? Because for the business just to relocate itself is not enough. Namely, when we've got one example from one furniture company. They traveled to Vinnytsia Oblast and then stayed for some time, and even not offloading their equipment, they decided to return to Zaporizhia, since they failed to accommodate locally. And so that's why we have to talk about such issues. And we were really thankful to UNDP, who supported our platform, since we first created it just a platform for Zaporizhia Oblast business to enable the meetings of the local businesses with the international ones. We created this resource to make our businesses publicly known, namely, then, well, to show the potential, and then we consider it as a platform for several solutions. As you see, there's a catalog of all the Zaporizhia businesses that you can find on this platform. We constantly work on filling new ones, and this platform is regarded for cluster initiatives, for industrial parks and other projects that can be a response to the questions. And I think Maxim Nuri will agree with me, since multi-sectorial activity, from one side this is a plus, from the other this is kind of minus. So since from one side we can unite the businesses, but from the other side we're not so much involved with the specific problems or issues of every sector. We, for example, are not aware about some really specific issues, unlike the profile business associations are. And through this platform, we think that we can provide the support to some specific initiatives, and we created the project, the cluster project, like engineer automation mission building cluster development, and that's why already this cluster has its own director and uniting over 20 members. It's a rather big cluster. And we're very happy that this organization is also developing itself, in line with the Chamber of Commerce, since we are not competitors, we just support each other. Well, this is an example that I wanted to provide, and I would like to say that yes, in Zaporizhzhia region, agrarian sector got under the hit of this ecological catastrophe, since the region was occupied over 70%, and there are still the agrarian companies that happened to relocate before, earlier, to other oblasts, to neighboring oblasts, and we're very thankful to Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce that started to launch this project, and we await the time when those businesses come back to Zaporizhzhia Oblast. Yes, and thank you very much for such an optimistic emphasis. Colleagues, thank you very much. And let's move further. I would like to change our directions, and the third panel will unite the universal organizations, namely we have several of them that cover several oblasts, but we also have the organizations supporting rather some specific businesses like women entrepreneurs, and I would like to provide the floor to Svetlana Nasirova, who already spoke as a really expert, and now she will speak for the manager or Kyiv regional representative of Ukrainian platform of women in business. So now I would like to ask you, what is really the value of the organization? My greetings to all the participants. I would like to mention that we unite in our organization the already existing women entrepreneurs, but also the future women entrepreneurs. Like we got the managers, women managers who really acquired the very significant experience of management and of business management, namely those who manage the manufacturing facilities, and very important, we invite them here, namely for the students, young students, the girls, to see the examples. And since we unite really the businesswomen who stay and live different levels, like those who are just the beginners and those who are already the owners and managers of their own businesses, and businesswomen, they come usually to provide the trainings or consultants, and namely they support, and we invite them to career hubs. We organize them practical experience. We try to inspire the startups to create their own businesses, and we're really happy that we, let's say, stay on the same, let's say, road. We have this similar ideas. And when I asked, Andrei and Elena, in case you are active people, young active entrepreneurs. So you should be provided with the opportunity to the networking and bridging through different associations, different organizations. And that's why we try to attract businesswomen to this practice. They are quite active. They are ready to support each other, and the youngsters coming with their startups. And the mentor support is very important. When talking about the regional representation, we see that we have seven rep offices, branches. We are very interested in opening the rep offices in the east of Ukraine. In case you know who is ready to head the women initiatives, please come to us. Over 350 women members are active within our organization. So what do we do? Networking, education, grants, and we have really powerful company visit component when we come to some business. We try to introduce both parties participating. We collect the information. We involve our mentors to do the 3D analysis, to consider which issues can be resolved. For example, here and now, and usually this is networking, education, and a mentorship program. So we will continue to increase, in particular, our networking side. Well, me as a consultant, I work a lot within the project of the business resilience, and we help our businesses to develop their strategies, resilience strategies. And let's say when we involve the consultants from the West, I could say that the programs that they suggest are rather let's say easy for us, in let's say not so like deeply developed. And since we have lots of women being involved more in businesses more and more, because their husbands are protecting the country. And I think that now Ukraine is can be the mentor for the other world for the crisis management. And I would like really to disseminate the history of Ukrainian businesses to the whole world. I'm very proud of women and men building up their businesses, and very grateful that you do.
Thank you very much, dear participants, dear panelists, and online participants. I would like to draw attention once again by the end to this thesis. When we work with entrepreneurs, when we meet, when we have the discussions, and this is the first initial meeting about the advantages of business association, very often we feel that there's something inside to which association I should join, either women or sector, or if you today is the owner of medium, micro, small business, and you are not a member of the trade and commercial of the sector, of the local organization, and neither women organization, you really are losing every day this support. And this, let's put it that way, the streamline to the financial support of the donors, unique opportunities which Elena mentioned on reservation of your staff, export opportunities. There is no unified organization to satisfy all your needs. Definitely worldwide is the case. There's a set, minimum set, in order that your business to develop. And now I would like to pass a microphone to a very important association of furniture producers. At the beginning of the project, they did such a huge jump forward. They are like a rocket, helped the initial phase of the rocket, and basically took us to the second phase. We're having 27. If someone is a medium-sized business and with skepticism, and someone comes the ideas, concerns, like this is something not a reality. Like a fairy tale. We refer them to Furniture Producers Association. So we respect this association, but we on purpose decide to reserve it till the very end. So I suggest a microphone goes to Valentina, and there'll be a special presentation, like Furniture of Ukraine. Thank you. With our team, we have 4 girls at the directorate, and we are happy that in our association, the reports for you can present in such a format. As a rap video, and this is accepted. The members of the association welcome that format, and it's really a demo, the understanding what the association is doing. 5 years ago, our association adopted a strategy for the development. We teach our producers to make furniture first and teach them to sell locally and globally. 4 very concrete steps with lots of project behind it and the way for the implementation of the strategy. There were lots of mistakes, lots of tries, and lots of success stories. But what's the value when our participants do with the framework of the association? They share ups and downs, and it's easier to conquer the market when you approach it with association joint stand, and we can get grants and organize joint trade mission. Someone may be successful, someone maybe not, but this is the try. You try your product, as Vladen mentioned, on joint brand furniture of Ukraine, so unknown market. Or Ukrainian furniture, what's that? Close to Poland? It should be cheap, but you make a presentation. No, Ukrainian furniture is quality first. Ukrainian furniture is not a cool design, and it's not necessarily cheap. So from the trade missions before the war in 21, we organized our own from the association B2B, except for business, there was no final consumer. We had to Ukraine, we had 40 different countries visitors, and they had negotiations. We signed contracts. Someone signed during the expo, and we as the association, the team assistant in negotiations in the most comfortable situation. We had interpreters. And we think that the association assists in everything. If there's a problem, business needs to articulate that and apply to the association, to other institutions looking for the solution. And as of now, what are we doing now for our members? We train them. We have our own brand, our Furniture Business Academy. There's some successful courses. And now we won a new grant for the organization of the special course, and then we'll be running 4 countries. Our association is a leader. We're not only going to train Ukrainian furniture producers, but Moldovan, Georgia, Kosovo. And when we speak about any specialized training, there are lots of courses available, different courses. But the association is dealing with professional training. We know their needs. We may ask them. For example, we had an idea that special course would be how to do the estimates, how to sell, how to do the where the break-even point, and how to brand your own brand. So it's a creative approach. Be brave. And for all this, we are inspired by our members, and we always encourage them. There's a nice feedback. Be active. An active member can benefit a lot. Be a member of those. Oh yeah, I'm getting information support, just some grant. But if you want to get a real benefit, you should come with your own initiative. And speaking about the leadership, we encourage them to make presentation. Like public speech is something about these skills which you can use in your own business. Maybe I'm speaking too much, but the World Business Association, it's really huge. The association, the trade and commerce chamber, and business needs use this opportunity, to use this value. Thank you very much, Valentina. And summary of our panel discussion, I would like to draw your attention to the big audience which is with us online to the important fact. Our UNDP project, Transcend the Role Business Association, was our partner organization pushed in Ukraine a new paradigm of membership. Traditional membership several years ago was sort of a very responsible step. Like, I'm becoming a member of the organization, write an application, pay membership fees, and take decision 2-3 times a year through my voting. And for the army of entrepreneurs, it was kind of an obstacle, psychological obstacle, with lots of concerns about the membership fees and opportunity. And now with the partners, we changed this environment. Our partners introduced multi-level of model of partnership, which is kind of complicates your stay in a good sense. The information, you just accept the values of the model. I myself one information field with the organizer. I'm entrepreneur. I accept the code, and I am interested to work. And then you get the advantages of the sharing the information. You get information about the grants, advisory services, the invitations to webinars, training, partially engaged in the mentorship, and this is free level. You are a part either the regional field of the entrepreneurs, and there is already support for you available. Being the information member, sorry for the term, it's kind of testing. Test drive of the membership. Don't be afraid to join business association on the information level. You would feel the unique opportunity be inside the friendly community. Then you'll be able to find the proper level for yourself. You're very active. You would like to make an impact. You're welcome. There are committees, the boards, platforms where you can. It's not the substitution of the activity, but if you are interested to make changes, be it driver changes in Ukraine, no need to go to the politics. Go to the business association. You can change a lot in legislation, to change the legal field or change the attitude to business. So colleagues, on behalf of the panel and from all the colleagues, I encourage you not to be afraid. Keep trying, just to try at least one step. You can find the contacts of the organizations here at the East-Expo. If you are our online participant, you can open the business portal and find the section organizations to support business, and you'll find not only who are here 6 panelists, but you'll find 300 acting business association in Ukraine, which our project managed to find, segment it, test it, and advise you to go. The contacts are available, how to make a choice of business association. Dear panelists, thank you very much. If there are any questions here, any opinion, any comment, just raise your hand and you'll get a microphone. Thank you very much for an interesting panel on membership fees. Different. During the war, most of organizations I know significantly reduced the entrance fee, but many organizations, 27 wake up right now, they from 0 members entrance fee, but then you get 30 to 40% of information and advisory package. Then colleagues on the procedure, entering procedure, fill in the questionnaire, the application, the company makes a presentation to the board. There's a voting at the board level and electronic assembly, electronic voting for the membership among all the members. So if there's more than 10% negative votes, there's a negative decision. For 5,000 entrance fee and 1,000 monthly. For the companies which are in the zone of hostility, they don't pay. And then we do the checkup as the status. Some accruals 50-30%, depending on the status of business. Membership fee is just some revenues. We have lots of other revenues like grants. The trend among business associations which we support, the payment, the advance payments. It's more of the administrative nature. So you pay after, but some events are for fee for the members only. 1,000 monthly fee and 1,000 entrance fee during the war. So we, you're welcome not to pay even anything. But if you pay 200 hryvnias, that would be okay. And our trend that we want to keep admin fee and change the focus to quality services, where the business is more likely to pay. If some services are not even possible to monetize, advocacy, how would you associate the cost for the development of the law? But the compromise is that when everyone is not happy and everyone is willing to do something. So we definitely need some admin fees. We're in the same field. The 12,000 annual, 1,000 per month, but it might be a candidate level, ambassador level, and information level. We engage to our Telegram community, and we offer and we insist that come to our event. You have to look at us whether you would be comfortable to be with us, to stay with us, because we are. So you make a choice among our partners of the people you'll be happy to cooperate. We have different events, big spectrum of events. For us, for the Trade and Commerce Chamber itself, this is important that membership fees, the members understand the benefit. So in addition to the project, we participate in the development of the organization, associated membership. We get assistance from UNDP experts. Now we stepped from the practice whether everyone can pay an entrance fee 3,000 to 5,000, but we don't insist, and we suggest the associated membership. Whether it's interesting, you stay. If you're not interested, we proceed. We get the support, but if an enterprise makes a choice, a conscious choice, sometimes we had the cases, oh, well, we don't understand why we pay even 2,000 hryvnias. So, because this is the truth, okay, that we have different options to try, like a probation period. But membership fees are on the same level, basically. Super, thank you. My question comes to Maxim and Andrei, and probably to you as well. Cool. Overall business association, the support of business. For me as an individual who is from the occupied territory, I'm more interested to know whether there's a model for the men or UNDP, how we should cooperate to return the business who left. Zaporizhia, someone is coming back, because I see not everyone is coming back to Kherson. I would like to know how people would come back to Nova Kakhovka. I would like to know that UNDP, oh, well, the approach, oh, well, let's help those who went to other territories. But there should be a project to get credit that we return the land. Why our guys are dying if we're not planning to come back to those territories? Yeah, there is a support, and now we support several projects amongst our 30 organizations, and there have been several. I know that Zaporizhia chamber is moving that direction. There's a women's organization from Melitopol. We have a Kharkiv organization. They are doing studies, that cooperation with the authorities, and developing the agenda with the request to authority, and which conditions, specific condition, business would be coming back. Because coming to everything is ruined on the same terms and conditions in Vinnytsia or Ivano-Frankivsk, business doesn't make sense for business. So classical formula of the revenue minus tax, paying tax expensive, so there should be a compensation, and UNDP has huge experience from 2012 to 2020. We had more than 2,000 grants. If we approach entrepreneurs, as when my colleagues who are the organizers of this event, RPP component of recovery peace building program, one procurement of equipment, payment for the advertising, the year 15, 17, annual compensation for the salary, the tools. But with you, we need to go to communicate with authorities. I cannot say. The different cases, and work for business association as the nervous system for business to hear and find a compromise. That
and different discussions have been held about free economic zones, like some with some benefits with on customs or taxes for the business to get back, to return to their previous locations and bring the new Western meaning to create the really the even better conditions that in the neighboring oblast. But what could be those benefits? Well, question is rather hard. So we should realize what could it mean about Donetsk Oblast. I would like to say that the longer is the war, the less businesses, the less number of businesses will get back to Donetsk, since it's really hard to reestablish the business. At first, it takes lots of efforts, and but nevertheless, lots of people want to return. This is as an outcome of my discussions with the persons having relocated their businesses. But again, what were the conditions for return? This is really up to the public side to help and to decide. The state should get involved. Well, let me answer the question. Since we are the business association, we started to implement the project in Kharkiv Oblast in the freshly occupied territories. This is the micro-agro businesses returning to their places of origin. We try to help them to get a new look on their lands. If not the war, they would be the same, like using pesticides and so on, what to grow. But now they return back, and we help them with the cranes, with the seeds, to or provide them the access to the local markets, but again, to give them the new insights, like use less pesticides, keep up the earth really healthy, use other seeds. Yes, change the vectors. In the vectors changing, yes, we may be kind of dreamers, and we have been dreaming. And we dream about victory, and have been dreaming about our industrial park that we started yet before the war. And again, we talk a lot to create industrial parks in Western Ukraine, but we understand that not a single investor will give money for industrial park in Zaporizhia Oblast, but the very moment we are deoccupied, we should have the pipeline portfolio ready to present to the investors, possible investors, together with scientists, and showing them the opportunities for businesses with the benefits, like tax benefits and so on. We work on this now. Yes, it's not yet time to give it to public, but we keep it quite close. Well, what you say, it's really great. Besides that, you have to install really the strict advocacy for the benefits, for support, specific benefits, specific support. Yes, it's Lviv is very interested in taking even more money and even more than in Ivano-Frankivsk. But again, starting from Kharkov and Sumy and ending with Kherson would be so-called gray area, and would be kind in Israel. Would it be the frontier, or what it should be, the specific settlements? But we need the collaboration, really, the collaboration, like these 3 to 4 people who know what war is, and we have to work all together, since the things differ. Those who know what the war is and who lost everything and really survived on the explosions, this is a different approach, different view. So please gather all the organizations which are still alive, and we will talk by ourselves about the painful things. Thank you for the message. And the last, please, the last comment. Well, I'm from Donetsk. Since 2014 till 2022, I lived in Donetsk Oblast, and we've got big enterprises being developed. Now, please, I ask, give more attention to micro, like individual entrepreneurs who work by themselves with maybe 2 to 3 persons. And really, it's really hard since you don't know even how to write, how to fill the application for the grant. And since other people know how to do and they do it. But now it would be even harder in, well, speaking on behalf on my oven area, people stayed in there just with some pieces of land where they have can grow something, but they have it provided with the knowledge, with experience. Just at least one request, since the big enterprises, they have knowledge, they have experience, but small households starting their own businesses, they don't have the specific knowledge. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. With that, we will close our panel. Thank you very much. Thank you to every participant. Thank you very much. It was very interesting. Thank you.